Get ready for the final round. Match in overtime.
Team Mara ties the game. Are you a betting man, Harry?
You assume I favor one side over the other. You know me better than that, Sam. Besides, I left my wallet at home.
Attackers, prepare for insertion. Team Mira to the map. Team Ash has breached the map.
Joker, now.
Roger. Let's go fishing.
Good to go, Jordan.
Copy that.
Three attackers remaining.
Callie, I need cover!
Tango in my sights.
Now it's time for new belt Nitro Signal! And he fell for it! He's looking to give coverage for his teammate Rice. Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Has to find it. No time! Pun has to swing in. Geordie's pulled off. He lost the round.
Camera in position!
Get behind me!
Tango located!
Hostiles in sight!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Roccat LPL Pro Rainbow Six Season 2 tournament. My name is Proto, and joining me once more on the desk is none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Spardoom. We are here for week number 3, week 2, leaving us wanting a whole lot more.
Yeah, there were some great games last week, some unfortunate results for a couple of teams, but that is all in the past. We're looking to week 3 now, and we have some really, really exciting matchups coming up, so I'm really excited to see those.
And as always, a very small reminder for those of you who are tuning in, maybe for the first time, our tournament is broken down. 7 teams come into a best of 1 round robin format for 7 weeks. We then do a best of 3 playoffs to decide who goes to the grand final, and then the grand final is in that best of 5 format. And overall, these players are playing for a big chunk of change. First place walking away with 1,200 AUD from our 3,000 AUD prize pool spot.
Yeah, I always love it when there's money on the line because it means you know these teams are going to be playing their best. They want their hands on that cash. They're going to do anything to get it.
Indeed, they are, Spud. And last week, we had some absolute heater matches. We had some pretty close ones, but also some pretty quick ones. I mean, we didn't go over 7-4 at all. And, we looked to some of the teams. NQS had a great week. We had a good week from Kraken as well. I mean, any teams that you saw last week coming into this week that you've got your eye on, Spud?
Yeah, obviously Kraken, not quite sure, looking to see how they continue their performance this week. Team 7 as well are going to be playing not quite sure, and both of these teams have gone undefeated so far, so it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, speaking of how are they going, we've got the leaderboard here at the end of this play day number 2. Obviously, Kraken locking in that first spot. Not really anything out of the ordinary, I would think, for the top 4. But the bottom 4, there's still plenty of movement to be had, Spud, coming into week number 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the rounds lost for a lot of these bottom teams, they are roughly about the same. Same with the top teams as well in terms of round loss. Team 7 Kraken separated only by a single round difference. So, yeah, really, really big seeing those teams fighting it out at the top.
Yeah, indeed it is. And, these 2 teams today fighting it out. Who are we going to start the night off? The schedule for this evening, 4 games as always. Kraken and Underground kicking things off. F2 versus Circular Spheres for game number 2. Game number 3, Get a Grip versus Real Demons. And game number 4, Team 7 versus Not Quite Sure. Spud, anything there that sort of tickles your fancy for tonight?
Yeah, like I mentioned, Team 7, not quite sure. Both of these teams have gone undefeated so far, but obviously only one team will get to walk away with that title from here on out. So I'd like to see how that all plays out. And of course, our favorite underdogs, Underground ESC, will be taking on Kraken in our first match.
Also tonight, for the start of this week, the lovely people over at LPL have put together a Rainbow Six prize pack with prizes like a Rainbow Six Chibi and 1,200 R6 credits. And all you have to do for your chance to win is make sure you mention us at LPL_R6S on Twitter. Use the hashtag LPL Pro and tell us who are you excited to watch compete tonight. Make the tweets funny, put something in there, maybe a little bit of a GIF, a bit of a picture of your setup watching the stream, send them through, and whoever wins obviously will walk away with that prize pack. So make sure you do that for your chance to win tonight. And, well, we're going to jump right on into things, Spud. The first roster for our first game, Kraken ESC, a team who in OCE have been doing absolute bits as of recent.
Yeah, all of these names here will be well known to viewers familiar with the OCE region. We've got, a team that has been together for a very long time, and I emphasize this a lot of the time. With that, it brings synergy, and synergy is what you need to separate good teams from the really, really great teams.
Yeah, and I mean, Kraken are a roster that notoriously is sort of that hyper-aggressive play style. They know exactly what they're doing, but they're well coordinated. So no surprise we see them not only locking in first, but coming into tonight against a relatively decent team on the flip side of the card. Underground Gaming, a roster who have made a good name for themselves in the LPL Pro circuit. Unfortunately, haven't been able to breach T2 elsewhere, but coming into tonight's matchup, looking to make a huge play for that top spot.
Yeah, like we've said, just because the results haven't necessarily been in their favor doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad team. We have seen them perform quite admirably, in fact, against these top tier teams, and they've really held their own. They've come fourth in the previous group stage and third and fourth in the playoffs of the last LPL Pro season. So this is definitely a team we're going to be keeping our eyes on.
Yes, and keeping our eyes on the players as well. Our head-to-head tonight brought to us by Bio.Lab. Kraken versus UG. I mean, we can't really pick anyone else other than Chef and Eraser. Last week, Chef had an amazing game for himself, but I mean, Eraser as well, Spud. The 1v4 ace, it really does put him in the deserving spot for the head-to-head tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to say you can never quite say it's over until it really is over, and definitely Underground Gaming showed Circular Spheres last week that that was the case. They had thought, well, this round is ours, but not indeed. Not quite yet. Underground Gaming did have it still in the bag.
Yeah, indeed, Spud, they did. So we will be keeping our eyes out on those two players tonight. But if you guys want to get your hands on some Bio.Lab products, make sure you use code LPL20 at the checkout for 20% off your order. Exclamation point Biocode in the chat if you're interested in having a look into that. Would recommend personally. But Spud, we have a more sort of pressing agenda for the rest of the night. Where are these two teams going to be playing? Kraken versus UG. It's a pretty big matchup, and we're going to be going to a pretty big map as well, I'd imagine. Here's the veto on your screen right now, and surprise, surprise, UG let through Oregon after Kraken are 2-0 in the current season.
Yeah, honestly, that was my biggest surprise. I mean, like I was mentioning before, I was saying, I don't think Underground Gaming will take Kraken to Oregon. They've gone 2-0 so far, and they've dropped a total of 2 rounds on that map. And yet, here we are, back on Oregon. Notably, Underground Gaming did do okay last week. It was a 7-4 loss, but that's still 4 rounds against Circular Spheres, who themselves are a really good team as well. So we'll have to see whether they can repeat that performance here and maybe even secure overtime, perhaps even a victory.
Yeah, UG, I mean, all eyes are going to be on them. Last week, we sort of watched them play out their match between Circular Spheres, and the first sort of few rounds weren't very eventful at all for UG. We move into the latter sort of second half of the game, and they really fired up. They just appeared out of nowhere. Eraser dropped a 1v4 ace. We had people dropping multi-kills pretty much every round on the UG side. So I'm expecting big things. If they can find that momentum early in this matchup against Kraken, it could be relatively big for them, because Kraken are also a team that sometimes takes a couple rounds to get started. So if UG can maybe find that leeway early on, it could be early steppings for them.
Yeah, and even if they don't manage to do that, I still wouldn't lose faith in UG. I mean, last week we did see them struggle a little bit early on at the start, but they did manage to adapt to how Circular Spheres are playing. Circular Spheres, as you mentioned, are similar to Kraken, a very aggressive play style. And hopefully that experience from last week will help UG here. Once they adapted to that aggression, they certainly managed to get a handle on things a lot better. So I definitely can see them improving on last week's result.
Yeah, and I think Oregon's probably an interesting choice. UG, you would imagine, have probably done their homework, maybe some scrimming in the background, because if they're confident enough to take Kraken to a map that they've dropped two rounds on culminatively, Spud, across two separate play days against two different teams, we should be coming into this assuming that UG would maybe have something up their sleeves, right? I mean, coming into this, you said you're expecting overtime, but realistically, what are you expecting that UG are going to have to change coming in from last week? Because there was a lot of underlying issues coming into this matchup for them. Kraken's going to be a big team to take down.
Yeah, UG, I think, will need to be able to play against that aggression being brought by Kraken early on. They won't be able to have time to adjust to it. They need to start right off the bat. And maybe a bit of aggression to get back into the face of Kraken as well, just to throw them off. We have seen some of these teams sometimes struggle a little bit when suddenly they're hit with an unexpected force, and perhaps Underground Gaming could utilize that as well and perhaps throw off Circular Spheres. I mean, last week was 1v4 ace from Eraser. I don't expect that he'll be able to do it again this week. Kraken are a very formidable team, but certainly the mentality is there. If Kraken start resting on their laurels, take things for granted, Underground Gaming could certainly capitalize on that and use it to their advantage.
Indeed, and I mean, Kraken showed us a really interesting, hyper-aggressive Oregon almost last week in their matchup. We sort of watched them go up against Get a Grip. It was a 7-1 victory. I mean, it didn't. These two teams have versed once before, and it was a very similar result with Kraken walking away with victory. So I don't think going into that matchup, it was interesting to see. Obviously, if Get a Grip could make any more rounds up, but unfortunately, the Kraken players and some of the other people in the lobby aren't quite ready for the matchup just yet. So we're going to head to a short break, and then we'll be back with everything Oregon for match number 1 very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are just preparing the last few things now before we head into match number 1 of the night. Spud, Oregon. It's a map that we've seen a lot of. It is an OCE staple. Coming into tonight, UG have a lot to prove. We sort of cast our eyes forward a little bit in time to Oregon. We'll have a little bit of a flyover right now while we speak, just before we get into it, Spud. But what are you expecting the bands to be for this game 1?
Look, given the pattern we've been seeing, not just on Oregon, but throughout the entire series so far, I would say Knock is a definite ban. Pretty much Knock is gone every single game we've seen so far. So that's definitely going to be one of the operators taken out. Apart from that, I think that UG will go with their stock standard Jackal and Mirror ban, and then the last ban is kind of up in the air, maybe a Valkyrie.
Well, speaking of air, Spud, Roccat, the Roccat ELO 7.1 Air surround sound RGB gaming headset is the next generation headset of today, available now. Make sure you check it out when you get a chance, but just before you do go and check it out, make sure you watch this game between Underground and Kraken. UG starting off on the attack, and the first ban from Kraken, Grim.
Okay, I didn't really expect to see that, but I think they are leaving up Knock available because, as we've said, Underground usually ban Jackal Mirror. So obviously Knock being such a strong operator, you want that in your back pocket. The Kraken especially, they want to continue that dominance. Yeah, Grim just seems to be an off ban that doesn't really, I'm not too sure of the impact.
Well, yeah. Not sure. Grim hasn't even really seen much play in competitive Rainbow Six since his addition to the game as of recent. But UG are going to keep it relatively UG. Jackal Mirror go down without really any question. Kraken choose to get rid of the Alibi, which is an interesting ban. JPK not too happy about that one, rightfully so. And we head on into round number 1. Kraken get the defense, and interestingly enough, UG actually picked to go on the attack first in this matchup, Spud. Do we think we should be reading anything into that at all, or do we think that that is maybe just part of the strategy at this point, especially with Eraser jumping back on that buck that he 1v4'd with last week?
I think it's confidence, right? Whether it's misplaced or appropriate confidence, I'm not sure yet. Of course, you always want to have a degree of confidence, knowing that no matter who you're facing, you're still going to put on the best fight you possibly can. So I think Underground want to at least throw Kraken for a loop. Given that this, as we mentioned, was Kraken's choice of the map, yeah, we mentioned, I even asked, hey, are these sites correct? Are these sites correct? Did Kraken actually get to go defense first? And indeed, Underground have chosen attack. So I want to see if it pays out for them.
I mean, interestingly enough, Kraken setting up on the top floor first. We don't really see anything weird in their setup. I think the only thing that we can really maybe pick on is the cap can from Seppi, but other than that, everything else being bought by Kraken and Underground for that instance is relatively straightforward. So nothing out of the ordinary with these interesting bans.
Yeah, I want to see how Pluto fares as well with that Roma. He's got a lot of potential to cover a lot of ground, especially now starting out early in the small tower side. We have seen entries from the small tower being punished by mist drones. So, yeah, it's important that Underground protect him here, because if they don't, he could do a lot of damage and get back to site quite easily as well.
This drone's now come through from UG. Pluto is going to be forced away, so I guess 30 seconds is time wasted, but at the end of the day, it isn't a lot of time. Seppi is getting aggressive and will be spotted here by Harry, so I don't think Seppi's going to be too interested on peeking that again anytime soon. But UG make their way through the shower hall. They've got to the white 90 side. MML takes a lot of damage there, I believe, from a team gadget of some description, maybe a Gon 6, I'm not too sure, but with a minute gone, Kraken have done pretty well on this road.
Yeah, they've managed to slow down Underground, and that's the name of the game here. Underground had gotten the small tower control, but they still need to start working that bedroom area, master bedroom area, get that wall open, and Kraken definitely are still challenging for that. If the first pick comes out in favor of Kraken, especially in this area where they need to get that control on Classroom, then things certainly could look dire at Underground.
Indeed they could, with one going down. Seppi finds the first onto MML. Harry now taken out by Seppi as well, so a double for him in the round, and the revive onto Pluto too, putting Kraken back up to a 5-player deficit. Underground are looking to possibly get a couple of trades back for themselves before they go for this execute. It would be the best sort of scenario for them, but with only sort of a minute remaining, no wall control, or any real utility left to play off, I mean, it's going to be quite difficult, Spud, coming forward, especially now with Tiltec finding another kill.
Yeah, that's 2 players remaining. They've managed to take out 1 player, and they've got 1 remaining. And with that, another goes down just like that, but still really not quite in favor of Underground, except for that. Well, Zuve manages to even it back out 2v2 now.
Seppi under the window, caught out by Zuve. He's good for 3. Takes down Pluto, and now Kraken, the beneficiary that they had, completely gone in a 2 versus 1. NZ Frankie's going to have to go huge. The nade from down below. JPK trying to make a play. It doesn't connect. 20 seconds remain, and NZ Frankie has all the smoke canisters in the world. He downs the first. A smoke to confirm, but now it's a 1 versus 2 again. As Zuve's returned back to the fight, the smoke grenades are there. He sees the player through the floor. The shotgun doesn't connect for NZ. He needs to get the SMG-11 out. The smoke's going to cut them off from the site, though. 6 seconds remain. They're going to have to funnel in. He downs the first. Repositions. He gets the second. Kraken start this off with an absolute barn burner, and UG left in the dust.
Well, that was going really well for Kraken at the start, and then suddenly things swung right around Juve with the 3K. I thought Kraken were doing really well. I thought they had the positioning, the utility there, but Juve just had a gun and really good aim, and he just managed to even the field quite like that. It was really closer, of course. It ended up in a 1v2 clutch for NZ Frankie, and that was really well played by him as well. So definitely both teams putting on a really good show, and I think Kraken have learned their lesson about giving... Okay, no, they haven't. They have not learnt it all.
Yeah, okay, it's gonna hurt, but Pluto... Look, he's been in more difficult positions, let's put it like that. So having him on 20 HP, not the greatest of starts, but there's a couple of interesting picks on the board, Spud. We've got Seppi on the Cav. We've got a Ying from Zuve. I mean, are we thinking that there's going to be a possible bunker rush here, or is Underground going to realise that Kraken is sort of maybe having a little bit of a montage in the site right now?
Yeah, if the droning is good enough, then Underground could certainly realise that a lot of these players have, don't intend on being on the site for too long. But yeah, in fact, there's like 3 roamers, 4 people off site. There's 1 player on site. If they capitalise on it, they certainly could really punish that.
Indeed they could. Tiltek spotted out early and does have to fall back. White being opened up behind him as well. He manages to make it away with his life. And all of his HP, unlike Pluto. Chef will take a little bit of damage here on the initial contact from JPK, but he has made it away. So at the moment, Kraken still stands strong with a good 5-man roster. But I mean, Pluto still, unfortunately, from that team damage, has been looking a lot better than he has been. As UG do start again to make their way through the west side, but from above, it's the Kavira of Seppi who starts it off. The most unconventional operator opens the round.
Second one from Chef as well. He's so good with that SMG-11, and now suddenly Underground seem to have lost their steam. They did have really good map control early on, but they needed to do this full roam clear. They committed to that, and unfortunately they didn't check their hatch. Now having lost 2 players, it's going to be a lot more difficult to perform this full roam clear and still have enough manpower to push onto site right at the end.
1.5 minutes remain. Eraser does find one onto Seppi. If history is to repeat itself, he's good for another 4 here. But with players above, Tiltek on the vertical does have some angles, but it's actually Zuve to take him down from the top of the white. So Tiltek traded. Does mean that UG are going to be able to make their way in the meeting, start opening up these hatches, making a play towards E-box side, towards main for what's looking to be a freezer split. But with Kraken still 3 strong, they've got the smokes in the hand of NZ Frankie and a Nitro in the hands of Chef. There's still plenty of denial here for Kraken, especially with Chef finding 1. Can he get the second? Are they going to commit down? White, he's good. The M590 in the hands of the Bishop of Boomstick. He's hungry for more, but a 'Razor' is there to say, no, here's a shotgun of my own.
1
Shotgun of my own.
Well, Chef Jeff did manage to save the day just for a moment. My
My
ambition was my
ambition
downfall.
was my
Absolutely, Chef. Absolutely. No better way to put it. But hey, 1v2 now. Eraser has been in this position before. He can certainly do it again. But NZ Frankie, with the smoke, will be the one to slow him down.
Razor will be spotted and has to walk through the Malusi gadget into the site, but from behind the washing machines, Pluto on low HP is there to close it out. He didn't get into a gunfight the whole round with anyone other than his teammate. And then at the end of the day, he still managed to find the kill. You love to see it, Spud. Kraken starting off with an easy breezy 2 rounds, and at the end of the day, that's great.
Yeah, both times getting a little too close for comfort, but both times Kraken's certainly able to put in the hard yards right at the end. Of course, we have to give credit to Underground Gaming. They've lost opening picks, 2 opening picks in fact, both times, and they've managed to even it out both times. Both times I've been, fairly concerned for them. Are they going to lose more players on this roam clear? But they've managed to do it pretty well, so props to them for doing that.
Yeah, the roam clears have been relatively fruitful for Underground, considering that they've done the same push 2 rounds in a row. From the west side in Small Tower, they've come all the way through both times, found a few good kills, if we're going to be completely honest. Kraken may be getting a little bit too overzealous and confident in their peaking patterns, but UG have adapted, they found the kills. It's just the execute where Kraken still hold them over pretty much most aspects. So UG are going to have to change something if they want to at least find themselves a couple of rounds before the split.
Yeah, they've been getting pretty close, but close is not good enough. They still need to take down Kraken, and it seems to be at that execute when they've just run out of time right at the end. Of course, in that previous round, we saw Pluto on 20 health or 40 health, hiding in a corner, managing to get that pick. And that's just a matter of time. They didn't have time and intel to get that player there. So if Underground can speed things up a little bit, get themselves a bit of time, even 20 seconds, to just get that information, things could be different.
Speaking of different, it's going to be Harry to open things up. The first kill onto Steppy. So Underground have done well to find a second now, even 2. JPK chimes in. NZ Frankie goes down. And this is where Kraken's overconfidence is going to come back to haunt them. They're down 2 kills in the 3 versus 5. The difference now will be, can they compensate? With MML finding another one, it's not looking likely.
Yeah, that's a lot of utility removed off the board as well. That smoke, a key player, both rounds suddenly gone off the board. You don't have that denial, and that opens up the ground for Underground to really push earlier. As we've mentioned, they've been running out of time on that execute at the end, and now with the loss of that smoke, things will certainly be different. And with the loss of that play, it's 5v1. Could this be Underground's first round win and a flawless?
Definitely looking good to be Pluto left in a 1 versus 5, unless he can do something similar to what Eraser was doing last week. It's not looking good at all here for Kraken. I mean, the DMR definitely a scary weapon to have in the hands of someone like Pluto in this situation. We'll pop it first. We'll be able to lock that kill down. Looking for more. There's 2 players in his near vicinity. Makes it into kids. Gets the player behind him. There's one for the double window as well. There's too many places to look. JPK locks his 3rd in for the round. UG fire back with one of their own.
Yeah, a little bit of sloppy flank work. It did mean that Pluto was able to sneak up. We did see the drones actually really close by, though, really close to spotting him. He was able to get one, but in a situation like that, when you have so many players around and information like Underground Gaming certainly would have had, there isn't really a way you can escape that. And Underground certainly punished him for that, got the kill and got the round. A really well fought round for them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It was a good change of pace as well. You saw Underground find that opening kill, they locked it in with a second, and then they just played hyper aggro information. I mean, drones were there, they had people actively following them pretty much at every turn, and they were able to just consistently lock these kills down. I mean, MML, you saw JPK, Harry even starting it off at the first glance, and well, Kraken. Well, already mentioned, it was a little bit too overzealous. They were a little bit too comfortable with what they were getting away with. But UG, they've locked it down, they've figured out the problem, and they made the change. So hopefully they can continue that, and hopefully Kraken don't change things up too much, too rigorously here. But it's only a 1 round difference. The game is still young as well.
Yeah, certainly could still go either way, and if Underground Gaming continue this pattern of improvement that they've been showing, as long as Kraken, if Kraken keep doing the same thing, Underground will certainly figure them out. So it's up to both of these teams to, adapt to how each other are playing, and certainly Underground have been doing a really, really good job of that so far.
Yeah, the adaptation from UG in this match at the moment
Defender exposed.
has really been a thing of difference. But Chevy, speaking of difference,
My goodness.
he's outside, the shotgun in hand. He's going to be able to lock the kill down onto a Razor as well, so that's fucked on. He does have a player below him in Small Tower, but the supporting factor is there from Tiltech. Kraken collapse. Ruve is good for one, but at this point, that he got the run out as well. They're almost good for JPK. That was a good pistol. He's not able to win that kill. Unfortunately, they are going to lose another to Ruve, who on the ace is doing so well, but Cardiac Sensor is going to come in huge. They're going to spot it down. Will Seppi go for the run?
And this is a dangerous moment. JPK does manage to get picked up, but Seppi is in a dangerous position of his own. He's playing against Zuve, and Zuve will get the better of him. That's 3 versus 2 now, so they do have the player advantage, but with JPK on such low health, and the smoke still on board, certainly it's going to be an uphill battle for Underground.
2 versus 3. Zuve and JPK have taken some considerable damage now, with Zuve taking even more. I mean, a minute and a half is plenty of time here for UG to work with. They do have some good util, still plenty of impact grenades, but with Tiltech, Tiltech's not alive anymore. JPK finds that kill. NZ Frankie now once more in the clutch. A 1 versus 3. He's done a 1 versus 2. We'll spot the first. He does have toxic canisters to work with, which will deny JPK, but is it enough, Spud, with a minute left in play?
Yeah, I think he won't get away with it this time. Underground surely will have figured things out this time. They do have the addition of the OSA to give them that information, and the pretty much human live drone will be able to help. Basically, a lot of pressure now, does take a lot of damage. His position has been given away, but he finds one. It's a 2v1.
This is a situation that's very winnable for him, and one that he's actually won already before. We'll hear the diffuser going down. Zuve going to be able to stick it. The Vulcan canisters, unfortunately, not able to do too much, but with NZ Frankie not really aware of where that second player is, he does have to get aggressive, makes his way into Attic, spots the first player, shotgun in hand, gives himself an option to rotate through into Trophy here, trying to bait the shots, will distinguish that the crossfire is there, but can't really engage with one player at a time, has to take these gunfights single-headedly. With only 20 seconds left, Zuve's there to lock it down, and UG, they're going to follow up with another one.
Yeah, once again coming down from dire odds, Underground have been able to claw it back. They lost the 2 early picks, and with JPK on such low health, I thought, well, this is going to be it. This is surely going to be a Kraken round. But once again, Underground proven they can still fight back. They dropped it to a 2v2, and then things changed. They managed to, 3v1, and then, of course, with the plant down, really liked how they played those crossfires. They didn't get overzealous. They didn't peek one at a time. Able to win that out on the crossfire to even things out.
Indeed, they were. And I mean, for UG, this is what we talked about. We needed this from them earlier in the matchup, as opposed to later. We saw it from them later last week, and ultimately it led to their downfall, if we're going to be completely honest. And it was on Oregon as well. So, look, for this matchup so far against a team that arguably has had a better run in Oregon than anybody else in this tournament, statistically speaking, with a 100% win rate, Kraken right now have let 2 pretty big rounds go by, because both of which they have been in a pretty big advantageous position. So UG, hats off, very well done. They found their fire early in this matchup. We only hope, Spud, that they can keep it up.
Yeah, 2 rounds for Underground means they've actually done better than any other team playing against Kraken on Oregon already. Every other team has only managed a single round before falling. Underground have made it 2. Whether they can find any more before Kraken start, not giving things away for free is a different question. I think Kraken certainly have learned their lesson by now. If not, if they continue doing the same things over and over again and giving away freebies, then really, there's not much more you can say. Kraken kind of deserve it.
Yeah, indeed. And look, Kraken, I don't know, they definitely do seem to have a sort of nonchalantness to the way that they go about things. I mean, with NZ Frankie taking that much damage, That's got to hurt. It's not a kill, though. So a gun still up is definitely damage still that can be done. And for Underground, that's not what you want. That was a kill that they needed to lock down, given that it's the Chanka as well. And with Chef finding a kill like that onto Zuve, expecting to play it close, UG lose a pretty pivotal operator early.
Yeah, Zuve has always been able to do so much damage, but this time his number has been red, and with the diffuser down in closet, that means that Underground will have to risk playing against the shotgun of Chef Jeff in order to retrieve it.
Chef in a great position, but unfortunately will have to pull away. Does some good damage to JPK, but being spotted out, he's going to get aggressive again. And how is he allowed to do this? The M-Snipe 90 in the hands of the Bishop does so much damage. MML locks in Seppi on the downstairs trade, and if Chef isn't careful, a Razor might be able to take him down from the top of main here as the util starts to fly, but Kraken with those 2 kills from Chef are in a great position, diffuser down as well, to lock this round out as long as Underground keep feeding these ones.
Yeah, Chef now looking for an exit. He is stuck in this position, but he's got Tiltek nearby, possibly to support him, but not too sure what he can do here. It's all up to Chef Jeff and his shotgun. He's going up against Razor, who is holding his exit and has found him as well. It's going to be a difficult fight for Jeff, even for him.
Well, I mean, he's just going to disappear and let his team deal with the rest of the players from UG. Tiltek finds one, Pluto as well. And now it's a Razor left in a 1 versus 1, actually, as Tiltek and Pluto are both down but not out. 20 seconds remain with the fire from the Tachanka available. He will spot the player rotating away and will try for the grenade, but bounces it off the doorway. Doesn't get it through the Surya gate. Will get it through the holes in attic, but it won't connect. 13 seconds remain. Will he be able to lock these 2 kills down? It's an easy feat on low HP, but no. NZ Frankie there with the Tachanka will lock it out. Kraken, another really close round that arguably just didn't need to happen.
Yeah, it seems a lot of the time Kraken think they can get away with a lot of things, but Underground certainly aren't a team where you can do things like that. Chef Jeff, though, he did have things sorted out. That wasn't very nice. He just swung with the shotgun, 2k easy, done and dusted right there. And had they held on to that a little bit longer, it certainly could have proven a lot more difficult for Underground, who managed to get it to a 1v1, so props to them. Also, I think props to them for taking a different approach. They went for the attic push this time. Previously, they've always gone for that small tower take, so at least some adaptation as well. We'd like to see that from Underground.
Indeed, Spud, indeed. And look, Underground managing to get those 2 players down was a really big feat there, single feat from the Yana, but unfortunately the res was able to happen due to the misnade and sort of a bunch of other factors, really. So Kraken, let's be honest, got pretty lucky with how that one turned out. Could have easily been a UG round, but regardless, they lock in a 3rd. They're looking for 4 before this. That would be the ideal number for Kraken.
3-3 on a defensive half. Probably not what you're looking for, especially if you're Kraken. You've done so well, so dominantly on Oregon, and then Underground has just proven time and time again that they can still fight. That's probably going to be a little bit demoralizing for Kraken, and they certainly don't need that at the moment. So Underground, I think they certainly got momentum and morale on their side. At least they know they've done better than any other team so far on Oregon against Kraken.
Look, if they can, well, they have already. I mean, they've doubled the round that any other team has found on Kraken so far. Let's just hope that they can find a few more here, because Kraken, I'd imagine, are going to start putting the burners on. They have their fun in the opening rounds, but then they sort of get the job done when it needs to be done. And it looks like that's the case. UG are making their way in, and Kraken are just playing passively. It's a bottom floor hold. They don't need to get aggressive.
I'm seeing only a single roamer above the site. Others are all fallen back. Oh no, sorry, 2 roamers and then the rest anchoring hard on site. Of course, Chef Jeff, and I believe that would be Pluto on that roam there. And so far, not much. I'm not sure if we can say there's been a lot of progress by Underground. It seems to be a very slow approach.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we've got people like Seppi off in small tower, left largely unchecked. We've got Tiltek on the roam doing the same thing. Pluto getting slightly aggressive at the back stairs, but realizes that probably isn't the smartest choice to aggress here. And with half the round gone, I mean, Underground haven't really achieved much other than sort of walking in. But there you go. They are going to open it up with one. Zuve will find that opening kill. But Tiltek is here to cover his teammate at the bottom of white. The nade doesn't connect because Tiltek gets aggressive. This is huge. Kraken have a player that can go massive from inside of security, but on the crossfire lockdown. Chef here to try and consolidate that damage. That shotgun is going to be absolutely devastating at close range. The drone comes through first. He is spotted out. Does choose to go for the re-aggress, but unfortunately no one walks down this time. They've learned their lesson.
Chef definitely holding back the time. That is Underground right now. Underground, they have a player advantage right now, but it's not by a lot. A single bit of damage would take out Zube. Chef also on low HP. 30 seconds now, and are we seeing a panic once again? Underground running out of time right again.
I mean, they only just got the hatch opened up, as well as the bunker rotate only now to come out. The smoke's going to be relatively prevalent for the next sort of 15 seconds with Chef inside a freezer on this cross. And it's going to be huge. Eraser needs to take point contact, but it is going to be Pluto to greet. Walking into blue, the player taken care of. No, it will go down finally though. Harry to take down Chef. ANZ Frankie to get the confirmation onto JPK, but it's Harry from inside of the site to find Pluto a 1 versus 1 with only a few seconds remaining. Kraken lock it down on time, and a lot of these rounds keep coming down to that 1v1 situation, and Kraken, with the skill that they possess, are just that little bit better.
Yeah, again, I think it's been a lot closer than either of these teams have expected. I mean, certainly for us, we would have expected that Kraken certainly performing a lot better, but now that we're looking at it, yeah, so many rounds. If we count it out, it's probably almost every single round. It's a 1v1, apart from like, yeah, maybe one round from Underground Gaming where they almost managed to fall us. This is incredible stuff coming out from Underground Gaming. Mind you that, you know, they're playing against very high tier teams here, and they put on an amazing performance.
They really are. And as we've already said, Spud, they have doubled the round count of any team before them. So already UG are having a pretty successful night. But in saying that, you know, I don't think the score, what we're seeing right now, is telling at all of what we've really seen in this matchup. A lot of these rounds have come down to 1v1s, 2v2s with low HP that arguably have favoured Underground. As we've said, I know that Kraken have that little bit more experience at that high-end sort of tier 1 siege. So that's probably the reason why they lock out those clutch situations. But UG, we cannot count them out just yet. They are still really close on the heels of Kraken.
Yeah, certainly UG did pick the attack first, so I want to see how they perform on the defense. Usually it is the more favored side for Oregon, but obviously not for Underground. So will Kraken be able to really overwhelm the defense of Underground Esports, or do UG have something in the back pocket? Will they do an even better job now that they're on the defense?
Well, Spud, we will find out momentarily if that is the case, but for right now, Kraken, relatively similar approach. Take as much control as they can find where they need it, set up their flanks, set up their positions, and start to do some damage to the utility on the site. We have the nades from below from Pluto. He's going to be able to not clear the wall. Unfortunately, doesn't connect there, so that mute jammer will stay for the moment. But everything else, hopefully, is going a little bit better for Kraken right now. JPK on this lurk hasn't been spotted out, but I don't think he'll be around for too much longer when Kraken do finally spot where he's at.
Yeah, we've got two players playing underneath. He will unfortunately look a little too far. Pluto finds that opening pick. With that, a C4 gone as well. And your roaming presence underneath, without that, Kraken certainly will have a much easier time contesting the entry.
Oh, Pluto! He's sharp. MML falls, well, attempting to find a refrag for his teammate, but it is going to be Eraser who finally finds some consolidation taking down Seppi. But at that point, I mean, an Ash for a Mozzie and a Lamai is two big losses, but Tiltek caught looking the wrong way. He's good for another. Harry knifes someone on the run out. Chef gets taken down by a knife, and then Harry finds another. Eraser there to finish it off with 3. I mean, okay, sure.
Well, okay. I mean, Kraken got 2 opening picks, right? Those were 2 big opening picks, as you mentioned. The utility traded out there was important as well. And even with that trade back, it was still, 3v4. Situation still favored Kraken, but then, of course, we've got the count, Eraser. Just takes out 3 players just like that, and suddenly, Underground 3 rounds up. They're only a single round behind Kraken. They're on the defense. They've got the basement site, another really, really strong site. This could actually go in the way of Underground.
Harry gets a knife. I mean, you look at the experience of Kraken, and I wouldn't call it inexperience from UG, but it's definitely not the same level. How did Kraken let that happen? There was a player inside of Trophy. The breach was open. They had drones close by, and Harry runs out to get it. I mean, how silly does that sound to say? I mean, that just shouldn't have happened, but it did, and it made for some good content. So Kraken hopefully going to be paying a little bit more attention to nearby doors from now on.
Yeah, we have seen Kraken let flanks go. We have seen them, miss drone, but that's usually early game in the first 1 or 2 rounds, and then after that they tighten things up. It doesn't happen again. But here, that was round 7. We're in round 8 now. Kraken cannot be letting mistakes happen at this point, especially things like that. You lose a knock, and JPK just moseys on back home.
Yeah, that's that's a great opening for UG, given that this is a downstairs defense as well. They only really need to leave one person upstairs now. And that is going to be Harry, looking for some more knife kills. But I think the call's been made that they want the full rotate. Indeed, it has. They return down the backstairs just at this right moment as Chef opens up that back wall. So Kraken down a player, and with all 5 of UG now back on the site, the whole map free for Kraken to take control of. You'd imagine that it won't take them that long to do so, and then they will turn their attention towards the site.
We'll dedicate a bit of time, a bit of utility to open up these hatches. I was a bit concerned that they didn't have anything to deal with the grenade, but Impact EMPs come into play. But with that, they're only going to be opening up a single hatch, the E-box hatch. That, of course, leaves Freezer secured. It's going to leave Laundry secure. So Underground at least don't have to worry about that, and they can focus their attention on what most likely... well, never mind. Freezer is being pushed, so... Freezer and E-box drop, I assume.
All points of contention here for Kraken. Pluto still thinking he has a Gon 6, I assume, but Freezer is going to be a big point of call here that Kraken are going to need control of. The flank camera's only just now going up. It looks like it's going to be a 3-way split here from them, but really yet to act on any information, given that they don't have too much to work with.
Kind of taking things slow, looking for that pick to even things back out. Smoke grenades at least are being baited out early. Going to make sure there's at least 20 seconds at the end for them to go for this execute. But so far, UG have managed to at least slow down Kraken. After that first contact, we haven't really seen much go on.
Oh, Chef has the info. He drops on down. He's good for a freebie here. Shotgun in hand. He's looking for a second. Tiltec will get that kill, however. MML does trade with one back. NZ Frankie onto MML, though the trade's in favour of Kraken. Only 25 seconds remain. Blue under their control. Tiltec has the cross from Freezer as well. The diffuser can go down without any real hitch here, as no nitros in play. No toxic canisters are there. Tiltec on the cross is good for 1. Make it 2. Kraken lock it down with an absolutely beautiful execute. Plenty of time to spare, and that is what UG lacked on their attack. Kraken, a masterclass on Oregon downstairs.
Yeah, really like how Chef Jeff initiated, and as soon as he did that, everyone just collapsed onto site. There wasn't enough time for UG to react, and that was a really, really important factor. With so many players attacking from so many different directions, you run the risk of not being able to get a refrag if you do lose those players. But because they were able to collapse so suddenly, so quickly, and in such good coordination onto site, Underground weren't able to turn around, react, and get those trades. They lost the bunker player before they could even react. JPK was gone as well. Suddenly, it's all hell breaks loose. Kraken were able to capitalize on that to get that last plant down to make it a 3v5.
And even in saying that, the execute just alone from Kraken was great. The overall coordination was just that level above UG that we didn't see from them. I mean, keep in mind, Spud, a lot of their executes came down to that sort of 20, 15 second meta well, meta of old that doesn't really work out that much too more with all the utility available, like Malusi, Barbed Wire, you've got a Rooney. So Kraken were able to circumvent a lot of that really quickly, and as I said, masterclass on Downstairs Oregon. It was a perfect execute.
Yeah, well, we're going to see whether Underground are able to hold on to the basement this time, whether Seppi will find himself as the opening casualty once again. Seems to have learned his lesson. They have backed off this time, so they're at least going to get to the building more or less this time. 2 minutes 30 now.
Plenty of time. JPK does spot one. He's now going to be locked inside of the small tower here. So if Kraken can capitalize and lock him off, that's going to be big. Tiltek does have the information. I don't think they have the drones really there, but JPK, I think he's aware that he has been spotted out and knows that he can just sort of waste time inside of the small tower, but it doesn't really matter if Tiltek doesn't hit shots that he needs to, finds that opener. He does have players closing in on his position, but just him being alive is a huge thing here. Does some good damage to Chef, but he locks it down with the shotgun, and Kraken, I mean, they even things out. Arguably, UG come out on top of that, really. I mean, look at the health bars.
Yeah, Pluto and MML about the same HP, but it's Chef that makes a difference. If they lose Chef, that's another huge impact because, of course, those two breaching charges will be the difference makers now. So that's what Harry is going for now. He's trying to deny them, challenge that hatch play as well. And if he can get that, then certainly UG are in a really, really good position.
And with him still upstairs, he will choose to retreat now, which is probably the best choice of action, given that Kraken have managed to do some big work upstairs. They have lost their line, though, so the execute and subsequent roam clear is going to be that little bit more difficult. But the hatch is being opened up. This is plenty of time. I mean, a minute with all the utility they have and the control. Again, looking a lot better throughout that sort of midsection than UG were on their attacks.
Freezer and E-Box hatches being opened up. Once again, I think telegraphing the kind of same approach. It's going to be Freezer, E-Box drop. They're going to go for that split push. Whether Underground have adapted to it is the question this time. They don't have that same player advantage they did last time, but certainly without the line, it's going to make moving around a lot easier for Underground to react to the push.
With only 30 seconds left, there's a lot to be desired from both sides here, as the push is only moments away from both sides, really, are going to have to get aggressive now. Chef, can he make the entry again? No, it's actually MML to start it off. An absolutely amazing swing into the freezer. They will spot Chef on the drop, 3 inside a pillar there to deny him completely, but he chooses to go in with the sight. MML there to greet a razor good for another. Pluto finds one, and at this point, NZ Frankie, all he can really do is just wait outside for the round to end. Really, Frankie's playing for KD. Kraken, unfortunately, don't lock that one down. UG makes some good adaptions. The diffuser is technically inside of the site there, just not planted. So UG, good to see them making those changes on the fly, because if they hadn't, Kraken would have locked in another one, and we would be a whole lot closer to this being over.
Yeah, I mean, Kraken went for the exact same approach. This time they even had a little bit more ease there because they were able to get more hatches open without the Kaid on board. They have some extra player power, but unfortunately for them, Underground's able to adapt and read into that drop. They had the players ready to go for that. They cut off the freezer player early, allowed them to rotate and just collapse onto whoever was dropping into D-box. No longer was it dropping to get a kill, it was dropping into certain death for Chef Jeff. So well done to Underground. They do take it 4-5, and once again, they're a single round behind Kraken.
Indeed, but look, Kraken are 1 round away from match point. UG are 1 away from equalising. Provided Kraken don't have any more unfortunate mistakes, this could be a relatively quick game to finish off. I mean, a 7-4, 7-5 maybe, I'm thinking, on the cards. But if UG really dig deep and put the work in, bunker down and start finding a couple more rounds here, quite easily this could be an overtime game.
Yeah, look, this is the closest anyone has gotten to Kraken so far, and I think Kraken certainly will have a newfound sense of respect for Underground Gaming. I think a lot of these teams, after playing them, have realized that this is no joke, this is no walkover. We have to actually fight for this, and Underground, given the opportunity, can certainly take the fight to them. So, once again, we return to the second floor site. I believe first time was Underground Gaming a defensive win. Razor getting a 3K. Will he be able to repeat that performance this time once again on that Jaeger?
Indeed, indeed. And look, if they can open up, if Kraken can open up with a kill here, we pretty much know how that should turn out, given that when they find an opener, they are relatively clean cut and concise with locking a round out. We saw, I believe, 2 go in the favour of Kraken last time we saw this site from UG. So, provided they do the same, obviously that will be great for them, but it's going to be a little bit difficult since UG have had such a heavy change-oriented second half.
Pluto now looking to make first contact, but JPK will be the one to contest him. Both these players are neither refusing to make the first move.
Looking to try and lock down this security player. JPK will hear Pluto run away, but it's going to be Tiltec there. It was almost a snap. Almost a snap there from JPK, but that is mind games from Kraken. Arguably what they needed to be doing a lot earlier than this. Seppi finds one, Chef Jeff for another. Very quickly, Kraken, I said they were going to do it, and they've done just that. They collapse down onto what's left. The diffuser now going down as well. Zuve almost gone. Does make it back into the site to remove the planter, but Tiltec there to find Zuve. The last player taken out. Harry M will get 1 for his KD, but that is it. MML completely confused, apparently, with what just happened, but Kraken absolutely ecstatic with the outcome, especially Tiltec. He's loving life right now, and Kraken find match point. Underground, 2 left for them. Well, 2 rounds is what it's going to take from them to put us into overtime.
Yeah, this is certainly, yeah, that was certainly the best round we've seen so far from Kraken. Really, really, as you would like to say, clean cut and polished. Everything just in place. I also really like the mind game they kind of played on JPK down there. That was perfect teamwork as well. And of course, once they had the site, they didn't muck around trying to get kills. They went straight for the plant, and they were really, really sharp on the trades as well. Even after Chef Jeff was taken down, they were able to get that trade straight away. They knew where these players were. They had all the information. Really, really well played. Well deserved then to get onto that match point. 6 and 4. Underground now, hopefully at least get another round to better their previous best score, which was a 4-7 loss. So, will they be able to make it to overtime even, or will Kraken end their hopes right here?
Maybe, Spud, maybe. But, I mean, so far, UG have had probably the best game so far in their LPL Pro run for this stage. Would you not agree?
Oh, absolutely.
And Kraken, I mean, look, they've made some pretty big mistakes in this match. UG have, well, speaking statistically, I know we love to do it. They've done 4 times better than every team so far in this season. So that's already, I guess, a pretty big dub for them. And the site being opened up here by the Habana, I'm not too sure what the call was there, but yeah, I guess the walls opened up. Tiltec uses most of... Oh, okay. Yeah, Kraken... Some interesting choices already being made in this round.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're choices that are necessarily for the better of the round. Seppi already going down. He's not had a great game so far. And Tiltec as well. Pluto at least there to get the trade, but that's already 2 players down, and they really need to start working these walls before they lose anyone else. You lose your Thermite as well. That would be game over.
And keep in mind as well, they don't have any hard breach, or sorry, soft breach rather, should I say, to support in terms of opening the wall up after they hard breach it. The nade comes out, the shotgun's there, Zuve connects somehow, takes down Pluto, and I think, Spud, we are going to be going 2-6-5 unless Chef Jeff and Frankie can do something amazing, but doesn't look like that's the case. Harry finds another one off some interesting over-aggression on his part, but if Monkey see, Monkey can do and get it done, he will. Finds that kill. Now NZ Frankie has to pull off a 1 versus 4. Something he's done before, but in this situation against these players, not looking very likely.
Still C4 and 3 smoke canisters to work with, and there's the first of it. He does manage to shoot that out of the air, so nice shot from him, but Fuse is all the way on the other side. He's being locked down, hunted by 4 players. What can you do at this point?
Oh, look, at least Tiltek's calling it almost a kill there for Frankie. We'll spot the player rotating around to the stairs. Pre-fire not connecting, unfortunately. Doesn't have a nade either. He's going to opt for the pistol one tap here. Wants the style points, but unfortunately, it's not enough. He got the call, he was one tap. Didn't connect, unfortunately, for him. And Zuve locks it down from distance. And look, Kraken, I think they know that one was a little bit of a throw on their part, but maybe they want overtime. I'm not sure. Tiltek was calling end it here, end it now, but Kraken could have done that last round. They didn't. So we go to 6-5, and UG, I mean, they're one away from overtime spot.
Yeah, this is pretty close to how we were calling it, and you know, if there were any doubters out there who thought that UG could do it, well, here's your results. 5 and 6, they're 1 round away from taking out Kraken, and of course they do go back to the basement now. They have played this 2 times already. The first one was a win for Kraken, but then Underground able to adapt in a really, really nice fashion and take the next round convincingly. So at this point, it's anyone's guess. If Kraken can bring out something that Underground aren't ready for, then yeah, it will be over. But if Underground read Kraken again, it could really go to overtime.
Honestly, not what I was expecting at all. Kraken, with the experience they have and just the team that they are, I didn't expect UG to get more than 4 rounds, if I'm being completely honest. But they have done really well, especially after last week. They have done surprisingly well. 5 rounds against a team that's only dropped 2 cumulatively so far is a big feat.
Well, it's up to this next round to see if they can finally get some points on the board. They haven't been able to do it so far with those losses, but overtime loss even will at least guarantee them 1 point. So this round, it's a single round, guarantees them 1 point. It's a really important round and certainly where you want to be shot.
Yeah, it is. And with JPK, he has had some good entries, or well, opening picks rather, should I say. Unfortunately, he isn't in the positive right now, but just the work he's been doing elsewhere has been really good. I say that though, Seppi from distance is going to be able to take him down on that rotate back without the need of the line scan. And Pluto's just walking down into Freezer here, locking down a pretty important position for Kraken.
Yeah, every time Freezer has been a key position for Kraken, they're able to cut off those rotates across. Last time, of course, when UG were able to win the site, it was after being able to take out that Freezer player. So I certainly expect a little bit of effort to be placed there. But here we go, same take once again, E-box, and then I assume security hatch, all the same thing. Will Underground be able to adapt once again?
Look, with no kills to their name just yet, half the round elapsing, Kraken, with an advantage, should theoretically have this on lock. Nade deep here from Pluto is going to connect, and a great nade at that. MML falls. Kraken with the line scan to round it out, so no refrag attempts here. Walking into blue, though, the nade isn't going to connect due to the ADSs, and Eraser will be able to find that kill. But Frankie's good for the player on pillar. Zuve will trade it back, though, so at least UG aren't going down without a fight.
2v3 certainly still a winnable position. We've seen Eraser do even better, 1v4. But with that low health deficit and the yeah, actually no, there really isn't that much utility left from Kraken either. And 2v2 now, this could go away.
Oh, if Eraser can find another here, that's going to be huge. He does take out the initial player of Pluto. Smokes now from Zuve to deny as well, but they've already made it deep down the hallway. Chef with the shotgun, not quite the right range for it. Does a lot of damage to Zuve, switches back to the AR, swings on round, but Zuve's there. Chef, what are you doing? NZ Frankie now in a 1 versus 2. 2 low health players. He does get the down onto the first, but with such low health himself, now in a 1 versus 1, he chooses to slow it down a little bit. Has to get aggressive though. Zuve hiding at the front of the site. They have information here as well. 15 seconds remain, and Frankie has to go for the plant or the kill. He doesn't seem to know where the player is, but he does opt to go to the back of the site, start putting that diffuser down. It's halfway now. Zuve makes his way back in. 1 second remains. He gets off the plant and goes for the kill. And just before he gets it down, and UG send it to overtime off the back of some pretty poor play there from Kraken on that execute.
That was really unfortunate. If he had got the plant down, at least I suppose it could have been a 50-50. At that range, though, with the SMG-11 and the shotgun, certainly NZ Frankie would have been facing some difficult tools. So I can understand, getting off the plant and hoping he can win that gunfight off the UG player trying to push up in a hurry, but it didn't work out, and that takes us to overtime. Everything's reset now. You have 2 rounds to win it all. Underground get at least a single point now. Great way to get onto the leaderboard.
Oh, look, Kraken, I don't know what's going on, but this should have been a 7-5 game, 7-4. But UG have surprised and come through huge. Kraken will get the first round of defense on the overtime side, so I guess that is something in their favor. But look, they lock in their first point for the season. Zuve seems to be happy, but rightfully so. I mean, he's 15-5 right now. It has been the Zuve show, so I guess there's that.
Zuve, great on Ace and great on that smoke player as well. He's certainly a really, really great support player, but certainly showing he can get those kills as well. That's a 3.0 KD so far. So, it's pretty good. Kraken now starting off the defense. They're looking to play a little bit more reserved, I would hope, after having taken it all the way to overtime when, as you mentioned, it really should have been their game to begin with from the start. So, we'll see how this changes now.
Well, some good damage from Seppi here, and the first kill actually onto MML. So I guess if you're a Kraken fan, you got to be happy with that. But with the Thatcher down, that does open the avenue up for plenty as Seppi runs outside looking for more, but he's just instantly traded back. Zuve is going to be there to maybe find that kill. No, Seppi's going to be down but not out, so he can be revived, but not in a great spot. So probably going to be taken out and relatively quickly dealt with.
Of course, the spectacle from above could be a huge difference. And of course, Tiltek nearby looking to cut off any players entering. He won't be able to find anyone. And actually, this might be the play here. He does, unfortunately, burn that, but he will at least buy himself some cover and some time to revive Seppi.
Somehow, they get away with it. Or at least they're trying to at this point. Indeed, they will. He's going to be back up. Zuve knows that there's players inside of this corner, and Tiltek makes it out. Zuve, you got to hit those if you want to lock down some big kills. There's still a player in that corner that he knows about, but I mean, just the time being wasted right now is huge because they found the kill onto Seppi, yeah, but it's taken them 2 minutes to do so. Tiltek now locked inside of walk-in. Does have to sort of face the music here as the nades possibly going to come through soon. Indeed, they are. And look, he pushes out. He's not going to get anything. Zuve finds his second. And Kraken have lost the lead that they found.
The only thing they have going for them is perhaps a time that has been wasted, but they're starting now to push on to site. I believe that's already into Attic, just waiting for Pluto to make a mistimed swing. And of course, Chef Jeff, that mute jammer, I'm not sure it's still available. Very soon, I assume, that wall will get opened up. However, Pluto will be the one who finds Harry M and at least even things back out.
Well, with the wall not opened, it's going to be relatively difficult here for UG to make something happen, but the wall now opening up, Chef being down in the process as well from that vertical nade, means that UG do have an avenue into the site. Pluto's going to have to at least find one from inside of Attic here, swings onto the breach, doesn't spot one, Zuve confirms, but it's Pluto to land a nice headshot onto Zuve. Diffuser now down, he re-peaks, and UG lock Kraken down on some over-aggression that was just not needed from Kraken. What is going on?
I'm not sure what to make of this. It seems every single time that Kraken managed to have an advantage, somehow it all falls away in the most unexpected manner. I mean, they had the wall shut, a grenade comes up from below and takes out Chef as well. It was a 2v2, they had the smoke, and then they get the player in Attic, and I think JPK just moseys on his way up the yellow stairs and cuts off the last player. I'm not sure what's going on here. But hey, it means UG are now a round up, and if there is a time for Kraken to pull up their big boy pants and get to work, now is it. This could be another LFO get a grip LFO moment. Right. Just not quite in such dramatic fashion, but certainly the odds in terms of the teams that we expected to win certainly Underground weren't chipped to win from the start.
I just don't know what Kraken have got going on. I mean, yes, hyper-aggression, yes, it's their playstyle, but in a 3v2, you've got people being overly aggressive. You've got Diffuser down on the main breach. That's the first big thing that they achieved. But they're still going for kills and still trying to... I don't know. It was an interesting choice of events, but I guess if you're a UG fan, you're somewhat happy about the outcome. They are on overtime match point and Kraken the barrel of what could be their first loss on Oregon.
Yeah, and of all teams for it to go, so I would not have expected it to go to Underground. I would have maybe expected Circular Spheres. Real Demons, of course, didn't do so well at the start as well, but Underground coming up, you know, they came back from 4th in the group stage last time, and suddenly taking out this massive team, wouldn't have expected it.
Would also raise some pretty interesting questions, Spud, as to what work's going on behind the scenes, because they were the ones that allowed Oregon through the veto and allowed Kraken to take them to Oregon and are now currently beating them on their map pick, which, I mean, it is bewildering.
Remember, they also picked to attack first. So.
Yeah, like, just a whole bunch of unconventional choices have turned into possibly a winning formula here for UG, provided that they don't fumble the bag here. But look at the way UG are playing this round. Yes, they've lost MML, but now that they have lost MML, it is just hyper passive. They are hiding and laying in wait for Kraken to come towards them and attempt to make their way into the site. And that is probably the best choice right now for them.
Yeah, setting up the crosses in preparation for the push, and that's something I really like. JPK will, of course, get one more to trade back, and now with him on the roam, it's going to make Kraken's life more difficult. They know they can't just walk in because they need to worry about that late flank. Things are really, really starting to look up for Underground.
Eraser takes a bit of damage. An aid from Pluto to clear the shield on Kids. Eraser will be able to make it out of the top white position. Zuve there for the cross. JPK at the bottom of white as well. Everyone from UG starting to try and make their way back to the site. Harry will spot one inside of Attic. No damage done here to Seppi. But the position known means that things are about to get interesting. JPK finds one. Harry only just now finds the vault, but it's Seppi to luck in the headshot. And now in a 3 versus 3. Chef's on default. Does have the ability to go for the plan, but it's Seppi deep inside of the site. Zuve to take down Chef. Diffuser drops. Seppi to find JPK for a triple. It's now all up to Zuve. No Nitro in hand. 18 kills. He's looking for 20. Diffuser needs to go down. Pluto will be dropping that on the floor. Seppi on the cross through the feet holes. He spots Zuve and locks it down for Kraken. An absolute nail biter to send us to max OT here. Kraken not going down without a fight.
You know, just when they needed it most, they managed to pull that back. They got that attic control, and that, of course, cut the site in half. Even losing that player on the plant, they're able to rotate over, of course, because they had that kid's bedroom control, and really forced Zuve to come to them. After that, it was, you know, his position was known. They had the cross angle on him. Very, very difficult for him to play that, which means they're going to go all the way to the end 7-7. Whoever wins this last round will take it all, and of course Underground get to go on attack, which is what they wanted.
Yeah, and I mean, they were more than happy to start on attack, so yeah, Spud, this has been an interesting one, to say the least. But Kraken have defense. They're going to go downstairs to start off, and we know that UG struggled with this site in their main round rotation. We got the clash as well from Chef here, so that's only going to further sort of imply that difficulty level that UG are going to have to deal with. They don't really have anything directly to deal with it. They have the Zove, but no Capital, no sort of area denial. I mean, Zuve may be on the Flores, but Clash brings a whole different level of difficulty to this push.
Yeah, you can see the name of the game here is Stall, Stall, and Stall. Not only do they have the Clash, but they've got 4 Vulcan canisters and 3 smoke grenades, and of course all the utility denial to make burning up those things really, really difficult. So Underground will need to get a move on. We've seen that they do struggle in the late round with the execute. Sometimes they run out of the information they need. Whether they can get it done before it's too late is the question of the day.
Well, I mean, Chef inside of blue here. to support his teammate. We see all of UG on this north side, looking like it may be a heavy focus towards that backside and meeting, maybe even a little bit of freezer presence, but MML the first to get into a fight. Well, we call it a fight. It's more of some warning shots being traded. And Chef rotates out to come and at least attempt to help pressure from that backstairs in sort of the Harry Potter position. But I mean, Blue is going to be difficult to push here. And UG are definitely gearing up like they want to clear out both Pillar and Blue.
Yeah, they've got Tiltec behind Pillar to deal with. They've got the Clash, which will be able to provide information and at least shield that player a little bit as well. So it's also a matter of timing. If Underground can time this pinch to come in perfectly so that Chef's attention is diverted, that's where it could really work. We have seen Kraken do really well on that micro timing, but can Underground replicate that as well?
Well, Chef dodges that nade, and Mizuve really the only player out Blue here. That nade, unfortunately, needed to be a little bit more beneficial. Zuve looks to get aggressive, but they find the down again. Kraken, I don't know what the calls are being made here, but Chef's taken out as well by JPK from above, and very quickly they lose pretty much two of the most important players to this site hold, the Smoke and the Clash for denial. Flashbang to come out, Pluto completely white, has to push away, doesn't opt to go for the reinforcement, but it's all starting to collapse onto the site, Spud. We only have a minute left. Pluto finds one onto a Razor, but is it enough? Seppi now with one of his own, takes down Zuve, however, traded out by JPK, who almost doesn't quite make that happen. Pluto finding MML as well. This is very doable for Kraken with only 40 seconds left.
Pluto now is going to be difference maker, but he can't find it now. It's a 2v1. They can play the trades. He's close, as he knows. The shots give out his position. Doesn't quite get the shot, but Harry M does. And Underground Gaming with their first win against Kraken of all teams, 8-7.
I don't know. I do not know how they've managed to do that, but they have. So congratulations to UG at the end of the day. A huge feat for them. Kraken, some big mistakes on their part as well. UG, Zuve there, 19, one away from 20. Unfortunately for him, couldn't quite get the 20 bomb. But I mean, Spud, that was a crazy match.
Crazy is the only way to describe it. I mean, even starting off, you know, we had our expectations. We thought, okay, could possibly go to an overtime, but we would think that Kraken would win it. And given how they've been playing Oregon, you know, that was the expectation, but then suddenly UG come in swinging on a map that, you know, they didn't pick, that Kraken have historically done so well on, and suddenly they managed to take it all the way to overtime. They take the win. That's amazing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really was expecting UG to win this, you know, given that Kraken had such a great start. I mean, a 4-2 half, starting on defense Oregon. I mean, UG just shouldn't have won that, given that Kraken had the momentum coming in from those first few rounds. I mean, we saw plays like this, but I think the overconfidence from Kraken is really what did it, because they had that really great start and then it just fell apart. But we are going to have a chat, maybe hopefully some insight as to what just went down with Harry from UG. First of all, congratulations and welcome. How do you think tonight went?
Oh, it went pretty well, as good as we wanted. We did a heap of scrimming to like counter strat these guys. Just, you know, we all work full time, and you know, we just scrim at night time to try and counter strat all the other teams. So we knew they were going to be over aggressive, so we just countered them like that, you know.
Yeah, so I have to ask. Oregon, obviously, Kraken have done very well on it. What was your thinking going to Oregon against Kraken?
Oh, you know, I knew Chef Jeff was just gonna swing every single time with the shotgun, as he does, and I just knew they were gonna be super aggressive. So you know, we just counted them like that. We a lot of late nights staying up, you know, VOD reviewing and stuff. So we were pretty confident after all the preparation, you know.
Yeah, and indeed, you guys look great on the game field. Harry, I mean, just before we going into next week, obviously you've had a pretty big win for yourselves this week. How are you feeling going forward from this, knowing that you've beaten Kraken?
Yeah, we're feeling really good, actually. You know, after this win, this is what we needed. So we think we can take the fight onto the other teams pretty easily, I'd say. So I don't think we'll have any issues at all.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much, Harry, for the insight into what's going on behind the scenes for UG. But Spud, game number 1 is down. Game number 2 coming up shortly, F2 versus Circular Sphere. So don't go anywhere. We'll return shortly after this break with all the whole more Siege.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Spud, we're back from the break. We had an amazing game one going all of the distance. 8-7 UG walk away with a victory over Kraken. I mean, that was not expected in the slightest.
Yeah, we did expect an impressive match, but certainly UG taking it over Kraken was not on our card. So definitely well done to UG. Really well played from them. And as we saw in the interview as well, definitely really well read into how Kraken would play and taking the extra time and effort to counter that. So it just goes to show that you can't really rest on your laurels. You can't take anything for granted because someone will find a way.
Yeah, indeed. But with another great match on the horizon, Spud, game number 2, F2 versus Circular Spheres is looking pretty spicy. But for the keen-eyed few viewers at home, you will see at the bottom of your screen, unfortunately, Real Demons are going to be forfeiting tonight's match against Get a Grip. So it's a 7-0 default to Get a Grip. Congratulations to them, I suppose. And game 4 for the evening will be being brought forward to, I believe, 9 p.m. AEST. So a slight change to the schedule, but hopefully everything should run relatively smoothly for the rest of the night. But for our second game, Spud, obviously we have to get into the nitty-gritty end of things. We are looking down the barrel of F2 versus CS. And I mean, off the back of last week, CS had an amazing game. F2, not the same sort of outcome.
Yeah, obviously last week with Circular Spheres playing against Underground Gaming, where of course it was on Oregon as well. Circular Spheres did manage to take that 7-4 with a lot of flawless attacks too, actually, I've got noted down from Circular Spheres. So definitely really, really well played from them. As for F2, they had a pretty difficult match against Not Quite Sure. Let's just put it like that. Not Quite Sure were very, very dominant throughout. They took 4 flawless rounds and then an ace against F2. So F2 a little bit taken aback, I suppose. Certainly this week will be their week to pick things up and hopefully build that momentum because they've still got a lot of matches to play.
Well, F2, behind the scenes, have done some changes from last week's Spud. The roster we speak about has seen some small, minor changes, basically. Officer Ling joins the fray for F2, a change that I don't know if will do good things for them, but we have to hope coming into tonight that it is a change that will get them more rounds than they've previously found.
Yeah, I mean, F2 has certainly already been struggling, so you're going to need every advantage you can get. You don't really have anything to lose, so you might as well take that opportunity, take that risk, make some changes and see if it works out. At least it can be a learning experience. Okay, if this doesn't work, we'll know they can return to what they were doing previously.
On the other end of the evening, we've got the other team, obviously, Spud, that's going up against them, Circular Spheres, a team that has seen some relatively big changes themselves since their last ending season in other OCE tournaments. Scars and Hugh, as well as Jakenna coming in for this week. I mean, we've seen these players play together in previous playdays, but again, I mean, highlights, so many big names on this roster.
Yeah, Gooft and Jappa as well sticking out for me. They've been playing together for a while as well, and certainly have been doing really, really well in their respective leagues as well. So definitely expect big things from this roster. And as we mentioned, looking back at their previous results, 7-4 victory and a 7-8 loss to Get a Grip, still pretty good results all around.
Yeah, really, really good results. And I mean, for the head-to-head tonight, brought to you by Biocode Lab, obviously. 2 pretty namely players that we've talked about before. Mez once more for F2. And on the other side of the card, obviously, Goofed from Circular Spheres. Both of these players, insane. Slightly different playstyles. Obviously, Goofed more of the initiating factor style. Mez more of that supporting demon. But both having big impacts for their rosters.
Yeah, Mez, we've seen it a lot of the time. Even though he's not necessarily making the opening picks or opening kills, he does initiate in the fact that he gets his team to execute, to lead that kind of brain power. And certainly that's something you still need, even if you're not doing all the shooting.
Just remember as well, if you want your chance to win an insane R6 prize pack, make sure you drop your tweets at LPL_R6 using hashtag LPL Pro. Tell us what team you're excited to watch tonight, and make sure you make the tweet interesting, chuck in a GIF, make it a meme, and make it interesting for your chance to sort of maybe go up in the ranking. But speaking of the ranking, where are we going to be playing tonight? The map vetoes spud once more. These two teams, F2CS, are going to be taking things a little bit off the normal OCE script. We're going to be going to Border, which is a refreshing change of pace.
Yeah, Border, we did see F2 play this map the very, very first week, where they did actually do not too badly. If I take a look back at results, they managed to get 3 rounds against Team 7, who of course did go on to win. But hey, 3 rounds against Team 7 is pretty good. So F2 hopes to repeat that performance, get some more rounds this time, and they have chosen to go back to Border, which of course being Circular Spheres gets the choice of opening sides.
Yeah, and you'd probably assume that Circular Spheres are going to go for the defensive side, given that it is a defensive side map. But look, Spud, Border, a map that is definitely still sort of being figured out as of recent, given its sort of reintroduction to the competitive pool, not this season, but the season before. It's seen an extensive amount of play, but I mean, I would argue that pretty much every week we see Border, we see completely different strategies, or at least tiny little changes throughout all of the strategies. So Border is still an emerging competitive map.
Yeah, Border, we see a lot of aggression from both sides, I think. The defense especially, they need to hold on to a lot of the map, because once the attack gets a foothold, it's very easy for the attack to overwhelm the defenders. So we see, extensions out all across the map, especially that east stairs. We see a lot of players hanging out around there. We see extensions on the ground floor, holding horizontally in workshop and customs when you're defending bathroom tellers. So it means you see a lot of action very, very early on. And that means attackers, on the other hand, have to fight for every inch of that map.
Yeah, indeed. And given that it is a rather extensively sized map, look, 2 floors, but large floors. Definitely a lot to sort of make way with. And with the changes as well, you've got the east stairs change, you've got the outside east stairs, or west stairs rather, change. Sort of little things inside as well, changes to the armory site, changes to the archive site. So Border has had a little bit of a shift around, but ultimately it hasn't really been too much of a change. So teams are still relatively sharp on this map. And I mean, teams like CS, they've played it in other tier 2 competitions. F2, I sort of worry about. It is a map that requires a lot of coordination. And with a roster like theirs, the lack of that higher end experience is definitely going to sort of maybe hurt them in this matchup. I mean, the only names that have really played at that level, and I say this very lightly, is Ling. And he only had, I think it was 1 or 2 game days with the big dogs in other tournaments, and they lost both times, not really having the greatest of performances and appearances. So Circular Spheres, given that they topped out the same league that big dogs were in first place, F2 are going to have to go pretty huge if they want to walk away with anything subsequent tonight.
Yeah, of course, when they did play against Team 7, we did hear from the Team 7 players afterwards that they did get a little bit thrown off early on. F2 actually brought a lot of aggression into this, which is not something you'd expect, given that they're the underdogs. They're not necessarily looking, being looked at as the winners here. So to still be able to and have the confidence to take those gunfights is really, really big. And if they can use that to their advantage, perhaps once again throw off their opponents, they could get some rounds onto the board, and then a mistake here or there from their opponents, and suddenly we could, things could be looking really, really different.
Indeed, Spud, but let's not, delay the inevitable any further. Let's head right on into Border, and we do have to say thank you once more to Rockout. We wouldn't be here without them. The Burst Pro Air, a lightweight optical wireless RGB gaming mouse, is available now. Make sure you check it out in stores near you. But Spud, through the flyover, we've seen the map, we've seen the teams. Now all we have to see is the bands, starting off as always, F2 on the attack. Circular Spheres on the defense. What are we expecting? Knock probably to come out, but I mean, Jackal Mirror, what else are you expecting?
last time F2 played this map, they played Jackal and Mirror ban, and given that some of these teams like sticking to this default ban, I wouldn't be surprised if they really went for the same thing. Yeah, they did it last week as well in their game, and given that they have a new player, they want to keep things simple, make sure they don't overly confuse the structure. I think they're going to stick with the Jackal Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, well,
okay,
no.
yeah, no.
Flores comes out with an Osa, so probably the better side of the bans for a map like Border, where Osa has become quite prevalent, same as Flores. I mean, a lot of shield positions to clear out. Azami going as well, no real surprise. The last defensive ban, maybe going to be the Cade, probably the Mirror if it isn't. Valkyrie could even be a good ban on this map, but I mean, it's up to Circular Spheres and it is going to be the Valkyrie. So relatively straightforward bans, I would say, Spud, heading into this first round.
I do like these bans. They're not your standard rank bans, but when you look at them, these bans make a lot of sense. As you mentioned, Azami is so powerful in all levels of competition. No surprise that she gets taken off there. It allows you not to have to worry about so much utility being cut off because it gives so much safe space for the defenders. And of course, Osa, you can really use it to gain some live intel, push right behind that Osa shield. Taking that off the board also makes a lot of sense, especially on, a map like Border, where once the attackers gain any sort of foothold, it becomes very difficult to push them back. So you want to really make sure their job is difficult to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, the more difficult you can make an attacking side as a defender, opening up interesting sort of lines of sight and weird rotations and stuff like that, it definitely throws them off. And for a team like F2 that don't have that experience with that sort of, I'm not going to say out of meta, but it is definitely interesting gameplay against a team like Circular Spheres, who are so aggressive. I mean, you've got Lunchbox, you've got Scars, Goofed, Hugh. We don't see Jappa making his way in, so Lunchbox is taking over that. But F2, I'm pretty sure, are probably going to struggle a lot in this match.
Yeah, the opening rounds really, I suppose, set the pace, because if they lose that initial momentum and that morale, I think it'll be very difficult for F2 to kind of recover that. Gooft already managing to find one with that ping, and Lunchbox looking to catch that player off. He doesn't find that one, but he does get another, and Mez, fan of the hour, will be the first to fall.
I mean, they didn't even look, and that is a spawn peak that you check on a map like Border, Spud. Mez, unfortunately, on, the rough end of that one, and he will go down early. So losing to Jackal in the opening moments of a round, not the greatest. But Lunchbox is probably going to be happy. Now, Ling is setting up for a rush into Sandwich here. Well, pending on the drone information. Same with Freezy, setting up on the east stairs. And it is looking like they want to get aggressive. The run out, though, I'd imagine will try and be remedied here with a kill from Freezy, but not sharp enough. Will not land it. Lunchbox lives.
Now prepping for this rush, but it seems to have stalled out. They're not quite sure of the exact moment, and with two players kind of just sitting there waiting, it does lower the manpower you have to get these picks, and especially since you're already a player down, you need to get as many as you can.
Yeah, Kevin not really having too much luck here on Halfwall. They are waiting for the call, but with a lot of players from CS on site, I mean, Ling has basically just spent half the round doing nothing, and to be in a position like that, it's not really good to see, given that they have spent so much time waiting for that rush, waiting to commit, and then just forfeit. He's going back. Okay, no, he's not going back. I don't even know what F2 is setting up for here, because they just seem so disjointed. And CS only have one kill. Make it two now as Lunchbox locks down the butt. And
look, if you're going for a rush, you have to make that commitment. And I admire the fact that they tried to get some intel before committing, but it was just not enough. Officer Ling finally makes it onto site, but only gets one for his troubles. That's a 1v4. Magpie left all by himself. He does manage to find one, but he's going to be cut off. Circular Spheres find the first.
Had Ling hit something there, that could have been big. I mean, he was good for at least 2 or 3. I mean, they weren't looking. That, for F2, could have been the deciding moment on that round. But unfortunately, a lot of bad things led to another. And, well, Circular Spheres walk away with the first round relatively easily tucked under their belts. Lunchbox kicking it off with 2 big kills for himself as well. And other than that, no real faltering in anything else that happened on their side. So it is business as usual right now for CS Spud, but F2, yeah, a lot to be desired from Border after seeing that first round.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, from F2, it did seem really disjointed. It seemed like they all had different ideas about what they wanted to do, and they weren't quite sure when or how to do it. And this is, you know, it's different to the F2 playing Border I saw in the very first week. Then they actually managed to get their attacks pretty well done, and they had a really good plan. They executed and managed to take some rounds off Team 7, whereas there it just seemed they just spent all their time outside the building, and by the time they got in, they didn't have any drones, they didn't have any utility to work with. So I would like to see them improve on that and maybe just stick to something they know they can do, as opposed to, you know, waiting around for a minute and a half and then deciding, yeah, actually, no, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I really don't know what the call was there, because it just didn't really work out. Lunchbox is going for another spawn peak. Oh, Freezy! Sat down on the Ash. He's not going to be doing too much RGLing this round unless he's got drones to help him do it, because Lunchbox is on a heater on these spawn peaks. Jakenna as well. He hears the player on rappel. I mean, Circular Spheres. They're playing a different game of Siege. Lunchbox is not shut down. He's looking for more. Can Ling stop him? Probably not. He's so close to the head, but he can't find it. He's going to be taken down from his left here if he's not careful. Indeed, he is. There he goes. And Circular Spheres, they find 2. Lunchbox, 4-0 right now if he can be revived. But, I mean, this is huge.
Really dangerous position here for Magpie. He's going to get cut off by Scars, however. It's a 2v5 already. F2 haven't even made it onto the balconies.
They haven't even confirmed the down on the Lunchbox, who's been sitting in the doorway for a minute. And, I mean, look, Ling and Mez, there's some hope. But if a run out comes here and the shots land, I mean, this is going to be over really quickly. From East, a player wants to do it. They want to try it. Goof takes down Ling, and with the prospect off the board, it's all up to Mez in a 1 versus 5. He'll get the first. The res on the Lunchbox. He doesn't spot the head, but Lunchbox has been returned to the fray. Mez completely unaware of what's going on. Lunchbox finds 3 of the round and goes deathless. F2. I mean, come on.
I've got written in my notes here, pew pew, because that is exactly what happened. CS just ran around shooting everyone, and then they weren't too concerned about things like strategy and utility. All of that is for people who can't shoot, apparently. And CS can definitely shoot, so that's all they did. I don't know, man. 2 rounds up. Certainly not 2 flawless rounds, mind you. But, you know, if I certainly could see that happening.
Yeah, look, I don't even know what to write down for that round other than Circular Spheres GOAT, because Lunchbox, I mean, it's in the name, silly Lunchbox, peeking out of the break room door, gets 3, Spud. What are F2 do? What game are F2 playing? Because it isn't Siege on Border. It's something else. Because they were just lost in the source. They lost the first player and they just kept peeking. I mean, what's going on? He's going to do it again because he's so confident. He's probably going to get one.
No, if he gets this, I'm going to be so upset. This door is such a common spawn pick. Everyone knows it. Even from the early days of Border, this was the exact thing you did. And yet, same with the passport.
Oh,
run out.
He's hungry.
He still haven't figured it out.
Oh, he's so close as well. They even have a drone on him right now, right? Like, they have information on his whereabouts. Lunchbox is playing a completely different game, though. He sees the rappel line. He knows that someone's coming up to try and hold the cross on this door, but instead of peeking out where he can be seen from the left, he's proning down, looking for that head, but he's not going to find it. Unfortunately, they're a little bit smarter than they were last round, and he will be droned out this time. But in saying that, he's not dead. They had all the information in the world, and they did nothing to capitalize on it. And they are a minute in, and I mean, look at the position, Spud. Excuse me, Spud. They hold nothing. Oh, if he'd found that, like, what are F2 doing?
What? still gets away with that. That is the. Oh
And Officer
no.
Ling's dead. I
Oh,
mean,
no.
what? They're just walking in. F2, where are the drones? Where's the utility? He's going to find another one on the curve, and if he's not careful, he's swinging round. The flashbangs are there. He's still alive, Spud. This man is unkillable. The nitro from Jakenna on support as well. What are F2 doing? He runs out, he spots curve, and he gets the down. F2! There is nothing that we can say right now other than what is happening. Mez again in a 1v5, but at this point, it's GG go next. Lunchbox is 7-0, and Mez is dead. Circular Spheres are playing Terrorist Hunt right now, and look at Lunchbox. I'd be doing the same, because this is just an AIM Labs warm-up. Ling's confused. I would be too.
Okay, last time we saw Karma, I think I wrote it down. He got 8 kills in the space of, let's see, was it 3 rounds? 3 or 4 rounds? 8 kills by round 4, yeah. Right? And then he got an ace in round 5. Lunchbox is on 7 by round 2. It looks like he might actually beat Karma's record.
He may. If he keeps it up like this, and I mean, if F2 keep doing what they're doing, it's pretty much a given, Spud, because all they are doing is feeding ones. I mean, we've had a flawless site rotation from Circular Spheres here, and F2, if I'm not mistaken, have only made it in the building once. Which is something that is quite literally funny to say, because it shouldn't be happening like that. I mean, it is just... I don't know what's going on right now for F2, but they are in a completely different world than the one we're in. They have not successfully made it inside without losing a player in 3 rounds. And that is... That's bad. That's not good. On a map like Border as well. I mean, just spawn main entrance. Spawn east. Why do we keep spawning south?
That was exactly the point I was going to make. Every single time it's been Lunchbox in CC, surely by now they would have figured out, hey, let's take a different approach. Let's not go the same way. But they've done it 3 rounds in a row. Finally, I think they figured it out, right? They've finally gone somewhere else. But that adaptation is so slow, I'm afraid it won't be fast enough for them to get, make any dent into Circular Spheres.
If they can get in the building, I mean, Jakenna's not even here. That's how confident he is with the rest of his team. And I'd be that confident as well if Lunchbox was 7-0 and F2 hadn't made it in the building, albeit I think they have actually made it in here. But it is Scar's going to be on the way to greet them. Prony on the floor. He's waiting for a head to be gifted to him. He will spot the first. Doesn't connect, though. Lunchbox will trade with one on a Magpie, so there is some consolidation. But Freezy put on low HP. He finally puts himself on the leaderboard, but at what cost?
Lunchbox is 8 already. If he gets one more, then yeah, there he goes. There goes Karma's record. And oh boy, this is not looking good. They've lost Finca. They've lost the line as well. That was something that was key.
He's just not there. No. It's full. It as Salvo would say, and I know I'm shouting him out. Press tab for confidence. He is so confident with his team right now. I mean, look at the information. It's a Mozzie drone behind you on the stair banister. It's not even hidden. F2. You've got to shoot those guys. Lunchbox is outside. He's good for 1. Officer Ling's down. Sorry, Officer Ling finds 1. He's not down. Freezy's confirmed. So Ling's at least finding some kills, but Lunchbox just keeps jumping out this window. He's going to be able to be revived as well. Jakenna's playing on a controller, and F2 are still in a deficit.
Lunchbox is going to jump out again, I bet you. He's going to do it.
He's healed up to full HP again, Spud. What's happening? Okay, look, it's done. It's done.
Jakenna got a kill.
It's done. Jakenna got a kill as well on the controller. And it's Officer Ling as well. A more fitting victim could not be found. F2, the super sub coming in. Officer Ling trying to go big for F2. And all he has done is find 2 kills. And Circular Spheres aren't even breaking a sweat. Jakenna went and got a controller out the bottom drawer in the kitchen, changed the batteries, came back and found a kill. And it is such a spectacular sight because F2, they showed us good prowess last week, Spud. But coming into this match, it just looks like it's all gone out the window, and Circular Spheres are just throwing them for an absolute loop.
What happened to the F2 we saw in the very first week? There was still promise there, right? They could actually play, and they played very well against Team 7, right? And even last week, they did try to put up a fight here, but here I'm just lost words.
I don't even know what
hasn't
to
even
write down.
died
He's not,
yet.
Yeah, he hasn't died, right? Like, he's 11-0. He's almost on par for Karma's kill record, without a death.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, F2 are going to have to make some serious changes here, because if they do not... Keep in mind, Lunchbox has been downed twice and not confirmed. And he's still 11-0.
Defender is exposed.
And he's outside. Oh, that was close.
Oh, well, Jakena's put the controller away this time. he's got his mouse back.
He found the keyboard. He plugged it back in, which I don't know. I don't know if it'll make a difference, Spud. But at this point, Magpie finds the opening. F2, a spark of hope. Goofed is down. I mean, he's 2-2. Lunchbox is the one they really wanted to find, but Goofed is still a menace if you leave him alive for too long. But that is a good start for F2. It's something.
Yeah, they're going to need any advantage they can get, and even just getting that opening pick, getting a little bit of foothold into the map is a great start, because so far they have failed to do that. Oh no. As soon as I saw him next to that door, I was like, yeah, he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah. Magpie is looking a little bit worse for wear as well. Lunchbox outside will be spotted. No kills for him to find, but he does have control of the diffuser inside a break, so at least there's that for him to work with. The door opening up behind him is going to force him back to the top of ease, but at this point, the damage has been dealt. They found a 1-for-1 trade, but look at who's gone down. An ace for F2 over an alibi for Circular Spheres. That is a trade that benefits the defense any day of the week, and with Lunchbox still on his tirade, he knows there's a player at the top of the stairs outside. Magpie's put to bed, and Lunchbox still prevails. He spots the hole on the floor, but it's Freezy to take him out. But at this point, at what cost?
Hey, the player count is even.
First time in a long time, Spud.
Yeah, so, you know, it's something. They've started to get to work on, you know, playing above sight. Hey, it's something, you know. I know it doesn't sound as impressive, but we have to consider the fact that they haven't been able to do anything for the last 4 rounds. The fact that they are finally being able to play some Siege and actually get that vertical control, they've gone even in terms of player count, is huge. Of course, Jakena could just walk right up and dome off to Link right here and now.
I have a very strong feeling that is going to be the case. No, Jakena! He's gifted Ling a kill. So unfortunately for him, the controller was probably where it was at. But it's just because he plugged it in. It's just because he took it out, isn't it? It's the only reason he found it. On the long angle, one will be spotted, but Ling is paying too much close attention to that verticality. The bomb will be planted here unless Scars has anything to say about it. He will catch the player jumping out. So now Curvin in a 1 versus 2. 2 full health players, keep in mind. No grenades to play with and no flashbangs either. So the defuse will probably be a relatively easy feat here, given that it's planted in a good spot for them to work off, but it will be tapped once. Tapped again. They're waiting for the run out on the main door. Curvin's expecting it. The defuse coming out. The double jump out. Curvin's there to lock it down. Circular Spheres, maybe not the cleanest of retakes, but F2 off the back of, let's say, some charity, find a round. And we go into round 6 with Circular Spheres looking really good for a 5-1.
Finally, we've made it onto the scoreboard. Last time, I think this is actually better than they did against who was it last week?
In QS, was it not?
Yeah, that's right. Not quite sure. I actually think they're doing better here because, last time it was 4 flawless rounds. This time, at least, they've gotten some kills. And I think it just might look a little different because they are on the attack first this time. Last time, they're on the defense. So this time, it's really emphasized the struggles they've been facing and seeing them not being able to get into the building. But yeah, they've gotten kills. They actually managed to get it into an even play count. And then they managed to get the execute and win the round. So I think, you know, it took some time to warm up. They've finally gotten there. Whether they can continue is, you know, the next question.
A big question, and one that is sort of followed by a lot of question marks. But 4 flawless rounds in a row for NQS with a 6-0 half. The game ends 7-1. They find 1 round on defense. It's looking to be a 5-1 half. If I had to put my money on any score, at the most I would say a 7-2, but it's definitely looking like a 7-1 here. If Circular Spheres just lock it out, which I'd imagine they will. I mean, Lunchbox has returned to this door every round and has not died on it once, Spud. That screams some issues.
Yeah, surely at the very least they will have figured out to take another route. And I think they've gotten that far now. They've stopped spawning in the same place and trying to contest him every single time.
Oh, surely not.
Or have they? Surely not. Don't do it again, guys. No.
He's upside down. Okay. But he doesn't die. He's not traded. Not even traded. He's not found. Which, for F2, that is just not what you want. You need an opener. And you just need something to get your leg up. And every single round they have failed to find this opening kill on Lunchbox. Yes, they did find it in the previous round. But, again, was not onto Lunchbox, who still did damage in that round. So Spud, if they can make their way in here, at least they started getting into the building. If they can get in here and find some of these kills, they could be on for some more rounds.
Yeah, they are adapting if a little slow, but of course in these situations like this, you're always worried that it won't be fast enough. You're almost at the end of your half and you've still only just figured out how to, get into the building. It's not going to be good enough. Officer Ling, however, will open things up, and that's certainly looking a lot better now. If they can get this top floor control, then I think they can make a repeat of what they did last time.
Lunchbox knows there's a player out here on the balcony. He spots the clone as well. The Nitro from deep. It's going to connect. No! Taken down through the wall, luckily, by Officer Ling, who has suddenly found where his mouse was plugged in and started putting it to good use. 2 kills for him in the round so far. That is big, though. Lunchbox off. Where's Goofed? He's under the desk inside of the site.
Oh, no.
I rate this strategy because he can't be seen. But with Jakenna on Clash, things for F2 are going to be difficult if they don't find out where Goofed is, because they're going to go to plant Mez exactly like this, and it's all going to fall apart.
Sprue so far is the only one who hasn't been doing so well, and if he can't find those kills, he might actually run into trouble. Yeah. Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, look, he was close. Oh no, Mez hasn't seen the foot. This could be huge. Hugh's down, but it's a 1 versus 5. Goofed, I think, has been called out. You see the yellow ping on the table there. He jumps on in. The bomb now going down. The smokes are there. He's still under the bench. He's not going to move. Goof needs to get aggressive, at least shutting down the diffuser. Thatcher completely lost in the source. And there you go. Ling, I think, maybe could see him through the smoke. I don't know. They seem to have information that he was there, which is unfortunate. There you go. Did see him just...
We did it. We did it.
We did it. F2 have found more than 1 round in an LPL Pro match. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, because that was a mission. Let's be honest, bud. That was a mission.
Look, if they can get to 3 rounds, then they will have equaled their performance against Team 7. They've done double what they did last week, so hey, they're making some progress. But now they go onto the fence, and Circular Spheres are once again free to play as aggressive as they like. I do worry for F2. I do worry quite a bit.
Oh, look, Spud, let's just say we hope they have life insurance, because if Circular Spheres have anything to say about it, they are going to be in, they're all going to be dead, and the round is going to be over very quickly. A lot of these rounds. Now, we do see something here. Officer Ling has picked Cade. Now, on his Twitter, he claims to be the TCSG god, or GOAT, or however it's worded. So, expecting big things. So far from F2, I mean, a lot's left to be desired. But if this TCSG can come through by the self-aforementioned, self-acclaimed TCSG god, then Circular Spheres do have something to worry about.
Also, did you see Circular Spheres requested a timeout?
I did see that.
What goes on during that timeout? What are they thinking? What's being said?
Goof's on the controller now. He's plugged it in. I don't even think that the 2 rounds that F2 have are like rounds that are... Oh, okay, hang on. No, he's taking it out. He's saving it for later. He was just checking in to make sure it worked. But I don't know. It's difficult to tell, because at the same time, yes, F2 have 2 rounds. It doesn't actually feel like that F2 have really won them, if you know what I mean, Spud.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of light throwing going on from Circular
Tomfoolery.
Spheres. You know, yeah, a bit of giveaways, but, you know, as we've said, those giveaways can often turn deadly if you're not too careful, and we have seen it happen before, so, you know, at the end of the day, F2 might actually, you know, be thankful for those. Corvinhalber actually first to find the pick, and that's the sledge as well. Grenades gone, vertical destruction on the site. Yeah, good start, good start.
Yeah, I mean, with Scars going down, that's a pretty big kill to find. Freezy from inside of that office upstairs looking to help support the players inside of construction. They do have info that someone has walked in the main lobby here. But Lunchbox has walked away. And Goof will start off with on to Kevin. He's actually inside of the site. Spots out the head of Freezy as well. Goof, sorry, no, that's not the site. I lie. He's upstairs. I didn't realize they weren't in office. An interesting choice from F2, but either way, Goof's gone massive. Kervin and Freezy down. It's all up to the remaining three.
1.5 minutes down to work this vertical. They've got all the stairs locked down now, so F2 won't be able to make this rotate all the way back up. And with a multitude of tools still available, the breaching charges and the shotgun from Goof, it's going to be very difficult for F2 to be able to rotate around freely. I imagine those hatches as well being opened up soon will make life difficult. So F2 better find a place to bunker down, somewhere safe, because Circular Sphere is definitely putting the pressure on from above.
Only one player on the site, and that is the TCSG GOAT. But I don't think, if allowed to remain, much will be desired here from F2. There's only one player on the site, and that is really all the control that they hold. They've got two roamers locked in a different position that they can't really do too much from that spot. And as we say that, you know, the rest of CS are starting to lock down on the site. They've got pings from people inside of security as well. The shot's giving the position away. Silly Lunchbox is there to collect on the Mez. Ling now trying to go huge on this player who's dropped from Bathroom, but largely unknown. Lunchbox finds a second on a Magpie. The diffuser going down from Yu. Ling does find one, but that is it. It's only KD padding Lunchbox for 3 in the round on Thatcher. Goes huge, and Circular Spheres right their wrongs.
Well, we have seen Circular Spheres stumble and give away too many freebies. You know, Get a Grip certainly can attest to that. So I think they have figured out that sometimes they do have to take things a little bit more seriously. So it looks like they have at least figured things out. And certainly as well with this tactical timeouts called by Circular Spheres, I think they're going to be thinking about how not to repeat those mistakes. They're going to hopefully slow things down. That also gives F2 here a chance to think and work over the mistakes. They should look at the rounds they did play well and then try to extrapolate from that, because, you know, when given the opportunity, certainly they've been able to make the most of it.
Well, you see, the super sub coming in, Ling, you know, he was in cams just there. He was probably the most vocal. And for someone subbing in for the night, that's probably not what you want to see. You want to see, you know, your in-game leader, whoever that is, or your coach or something, sort of doing that. And with the sub coming in, I mean, yes, Officer Ling, you know, he knows what he's talking about, but I don't know. It does speak levels. You know, Circular Spheres, not too sure why they are calling that timeout. But look, it's good. At least they're using the utility. Most teams don't even use it. We didn't see it in the first game, where we probably should have seen it in an 8-7. But right now, F2, at least they've had that chance to have that talk, and they still have their tactical timeout as well, which will be invaluable to them at a later point down the track, because F2 are probably going to need it at some point. They found 2. They're only 3 away, and it is really, really good that they are as close as they are, Spud, but Circular Spheres are probably still looking to dominate in the next few.
Yeah, if Circular Spheres get this next round, then you'd have to use that tactical timeout if you're F2. You need to find some way to break that momentum that Circular Spheres have been building up. Previously, of course, F2 did manage to find 2 rounds. That all changed just then. Circular Spheres taking their first attack. And now F2 are once again on the back foot. They've got a difficult job ahead of them.
They really do. They really do, Spud, but hopefully with that tactical timeout, they've had that conversation. You know, maybe looking to make a change into some of the strategies they're bringing, and maybe information. Maybe see the introduction of the pulse here from Mez, which should be good in theory overall, provide more of that information. That is arguably what F2 are lacking. They don't have information that they can play off of. They don't really have the information either, but Jackenna on the Blitz is running in shield first I rate the strategy. But again, it speaks levels of the confidence being shown by both teams. Scars and Freezy are going to trade. And F2 are actually on top of it for once.
Yeah, look, I see where the thought coming from Chicana was, and I see that he... Oh my goodness, Lunchbox almost ate that. I think that's a bait drone. I don't think that was a real drone.
It worked. That's all we can say, Spud. It worked. And at the end of the day, that's all you want. But a 3 versus 3, Circular Spheres have equalised. They didn't really have to worry too much about it. Ling does jump out for Nitro. Goof just gets away off the default with his life. And Ling actually almost takes himself down with the Goyo canister from the inside of the side. Half his HP forfeit to that utility. And look, it is just a series of unfortunate events, one after the other. Ling now falls, Goof takes him down again. The site is completely clear. No presence from F2 in bathroom. No presence from them inside of the main site itself. Goofed on the cross. It's going to be a free plant for Circular Spheres.
The only hope is that they're able to hold those long angles from Customs and from this workshop corridor, but no, Magpie is not able to find even one. It's all up to Mez, left all by himself in that Customs area. I don't think he's going to make it this far. His rotates have been locked off. He does find one, though, at least, but he's got to go the long way around, and with the drone information, I don't think this is going to work.
Yep, and there we go. The plant here from Hugh, locking it down. Lunchbox inside of Workshop is actually taken out by Mez on the Pulse, who, at the moment, has the most prospect to go huge right now for F2. He's trying to lock down his one, at least playing for the KD part of it. He's already found 2 in the round. Has the cardiac sensor to try and play off as well. Hugh really needing to go big with his first kill of the game, and indeed he will. Circular Spheres lock it down. Match point secured, Spud. No real worry whatsoever. I mean, well, okay, I say that. It came down to a 1 versus 1. That was pretty worrying. Probably the closest round that we've seen in 9 rounds from F2. But from Mez, it's why he's highlight player most of these weeks. He gets it into that position, and he does the work. Unfortunately, not able to lock it down, but there you go. F2 call their timeout, which is arguably, I mean, we talked about it. It's what they needed to be doing. I mean, we pretty much called that ourselves, Spud, but at least they're using the utility. They need it. They're talking. They're doing the rundown. They're making sure they know what's going on. But, I mean, they look defeated.
Yeah, if there's anything to say, though, certainly from that last tactical timeout they took, they certainly improved. They brought it back to a 1v1. It was really, really close. So it came down to a wallbang in the end. So, you know, if things continue, they take this other tactical timeout, work out the mistakes, they could have a chance to take that site once and for all. But again, not looking good. I mean, Circular Spheres have been in control for most of this round, most of this game, sorry. They've lost 2 rounds. Was it 3 maybe? No, I think it was 2. Yeah, and that, of course, was also just a little bit of mucking around. So F2 certainly are the ones who are in trouble here.
I just got to see that bait drone played back from Lunchbox, because I didn't quite catch it. I see what you mean. Kevin almost got him there. But hey, look, it's 6-2. Circular Spheres are looking for that 7-2. If F2 can make it a 7-3, then look, could be great. You know, it's better than, previous weeks, given that the best that they have achieved as a roster is 7-3. If they can do any better than that, great. But the prospect of overtime, probably not very high. Just based on the fact that the rest of this game playing out hasn't really sort of hinted at that. But anything is possible, Spud. Anything can happen. And if F2 really dig deep, they could probably make it out.
You know what, though? They're not last, right? They're still ahead of Real Demons. Real Demons got 1 round and then forfeited the rest. So, you know, not last.
You take that? That's annoying. That is an oldie but a goldie there. You have to get a Twitch drone up there or a well-paced frag grenade. They may not choose to care about it too much. It will open up the door for some runouts maybe here from the rest of the members of F2. But Jakenna, you got to hit those. He's going to choose to go back outside. He needs to recontrol the batteries, so he's going to go get those real quick. And he's going to rotate away. But, I mean, look, He was allowed, he was deep in office, Spud, with no point of contestment whatsoever. No one was there to greet him, and he had a straight line of sight into the site. If he had the G8 there, that was 3 kills.
I don't think, yeah, F2 didn't even know he was
No,
there.
had
There was
no
no
clue.
call. Yeah, about the sound as well. It's the lack of information, as you've highlighted, certainly seems to be the thing that is hampering F2.
Officer Ling, he finds one, and I don't know if Magpie's only recently rotated in here, but this is the presence that was needed at the start of the round. So Magpie maybe a little bit late to his spot there, but at least Jackenna was dealt with. And as we move into the last minute and 30 seconds, I mean, half the round remains. Goof finds Curvin. Lunch does make his way all the way across mezzanine, but from deep, Mez takes him out on the Jaeger. And, well, now F2, they hold an advantage once more. Hugh almost being taken out too from below, I believe, a Nitro. But Spud, F2 are in a really good position right now to lock this round down for themselves as long as they don't sort of throw the bag here. And they are doing just that, locking it down. Ling and Freezy for 1 each. It's all up to Hugh in a 1v4.
Yeah, that timeout seems to have worked wonders. 1v4 is a very difficult position to give away. We'll make it a 3v1 though, but with such low health, all it takes is a single bullet. They just need to hold on for dear life. Freezy will do that by scooting all over the floor. 40 seconds now though. Certainly, if they're not careful, still winnable by Secular Sphere.
Look, if Hugh can go huge, he's already found 1. He needs 3. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a chance. Ling consolidates it and locks it down. So they found a 3rd round. If they can find 1 more, they will do this will be the best performance from them that we have seen, and Officer Ling will have made the difference. But until we see a 4 on the board on the side of F2, they have not really breached that ground, and Circular Spheres are just sort of maybe toying with it a little bit. But hey, 3 rounds is a very achievable feat. We saw it from UG. We've seen it from teams like NQS. We saw it from Get a Grip. And even in Playday number 1, I mean, all the way back to that, Get a Grip came back from, what was it, 6-2? Something along the lines of 6-1. So if they can do it, I'm sure F2 can do it. But they are going to have to go huge. And when I say that, that is in bold, italicized, font 32 sized huge.
Super sub Officer Ling at the top of the scoreboard for F2 at the moment. Definitely bringing in a fresh perspective that F2 seem to have been lacking. So looking forward to see if he's able to make any more out of F2. Certainly bringing that experience with him would certainly improve F2's lineup. But for now, they're going to be going back to that bathroom teller site. They did try that the first 2 times, lost both times, and then subsequently went back to the Armory Archive site. So this will be where they make, hopefully not their final stand. Hopefully they do get another shot at this after winning this one. But if history repeats itself, Circular Spheres look to clean this up pretty quickly.
Yeah, indeed, Spud. If F2 can get it to overtime, there would be a really good chance that they can do some damage, but they've got a lot of information coming through. This is what F2 didn't have. They didn't have the information being relayed. So, in saying that, if they can find another round here, F2, as we've said, will beat their own odds. The Circular Spheres right now, they hold the balance for themselves. It is 1 round to turn this game into their points, plural, as long as they don't make too many mistakes that F2 can capitalize on. And Curvin, that is not what you need to be doing.
Freezy will at least find the first, and it's onto Lunchbox of all people. That is a great opening pick, and with Curvin still alive, they might actually get away and fall back with their lives, and that would be a huge play for F2.
That would be a great play for F2. He will be spotted out. Unfortunately not taken down here by Goofed, and does manage to make it away. Circular Spheres will spot Curvin inside a fountain. No one there to go for his opening kill just now. Jackenna will be the one leading the charge through the wall. So close. But that pillar saving his life. They know he's there. Curvin being locked down, but elsewhere. Scars will find one on the Mez. They are still trying to lock Jackenna into this position to hold down that fountain player, but they've spotted him. He walks on round, and there you go. He's taken out. F2 lose the lead.
Yeah, with the fall of Maz, I think that was where things fell apart, because that was the only intel they have. There's no other information available for them to work with, and Maz certainly was playing a huge part. He was relaying all those comms. We've seen him almost clutch up in a 1v1 off the back of knowing where everyone was. And now that that's gone, right, Circular Spheres could be anywhere, and F2 wouldn't have any clue. And certainly, they've already struggled with things like that, and now, to top it off, losing Mez, definitely very difficult.
Yeah, given that he's done arguably the most in this match. I mean, Ling has had a pretty good showing for subbing in. I mean, 10 and 7, it's relatively good, but Scars takes down Freezy, and once more the TCSG GOAT looking to do some damage. Unfortunately, none will be found. Circular Spheres, they've had enough. They lock it out. They close it down without a doubt in our minds. They walk away with the victory on border, 7-3. And F2, they were close, but unfortunately, no new milestone for them.
Yeah, look, it's going to be disappointing for those of you who have been following F2's progression. They had a rough couple of weeks. The first week seemed to be their best performance, both in terms of mental and how the game is going. But from there, it's kind of started to slip now. And now the question will be, of course, will F2 be able to pick things up? They've still got a lot of battles ahead of them. This is only week 3 out of, what, seven matches. And, you know, they're not even halfway through. They still have to make this happen. Whereas for Circular Spheres, certainly no more repeat of, 6-1 reversals. So they'll be pretty happy with that, getting those points on board to catch up to Kraken.
Yeah, look, Circular Spheres definitely happy with the outcome. I mean, they get the max amount of points at the end of the day. I mean, Lunchbox was on an absolute heater. And the fact that F2 let these first 4 rounds happen the way that they did was just probably, look, it wasn't great. It took them 4 or 5 rounds to sort of figure out what was really happening in the matchup. But after that, they did pretty well to sort of consolidate losses. I mean, they got it back to a 7-3, and arguably, had they had a little bit more momentum at the start of things, could have quite easily taken that a little bit further.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be the end of their run for tonight, 7-3. Certainly a lot of lessons to be learned, and you'd hope that they'd go back and rewatch all of this and try to figure out what is going on, because there are, a lot of basic things that seem to be missing. As you said, the information has been lacking. If you want to rely on those gunfights, it doesn't necessarily work, when your opponents are even better than you at it.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, Spud, at the end of the day, look, they did their best, and they came into the matchup with an open mind, especially with new rosters. I mean, things might be a little bit shaky behind the scenes. They haven't had maybe as much time as they would have liked to prepare. I mean, this is a pretty big game. Keep in mind, this team, Circular Spheres, were at the top of their game at the end of other Tier 2 tournaments. But we are going to be able to talk to someone who was on the top side of Circular Spheres, Lunchbox. He locked in at top spot, 17 kills, and a huge game from you. I mean, coming into the matchup, Lunchbox, were you expecting it to be as breezy as that was?
Look, I expected a 7-0, but Jake Manenya, he's a bit of a troll. He doesn't try. We're yelling at him 6-5 up. I don't know where we're up. Yeah.
So what was going on in the team comms when you were just sitting in, CC just killing everyone? I would have imagined it would have been pretty excited in the teams, right?
Look, everyone was a bit bored. I was too. Wanted to finish it. Easy as that.
I mean, look, you seem pretty confident, and I can't really blame you with a roster like that. Speaking of the roster, I mean, CS have undergone some changes. How do you think that you guys are sort of getting into the flow with those changes? I mean, you look like you're doing really, really great, but on your end of things as a player, do you think that it is as good as, if not better than the previous iterations of CS?
Definitely better with the addition of Super Hugh. He's an absolute weapon. He carries us all the time, carries us in ranked. He's just the go-to.
You love to see it. Lunchbox, thank you very much for coming in and talking to us, man. We always love to see a young gunner on the desk, especially Lunchbox, an absolute heater of a unit. Now, just a short reminder before we head to our break, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3, Get a Grip versus Real Demons. has been FF'd, so we will be having a slightly longer break, but not as long as the last one we had, unfortunately. So 9 p.m. will be when we start this off, and make sure you keep those tweets coming on through. We've had a few submissions, but we need some more. If you want to win that prize pack, I mean, it is up for grabs. Here we are. Karma, he's excited to watch my good mate Kenneth play on his LPL Pro debut game, and what a game it was. I mean, CS really showed F2.
Yeah, definitely a real standout performance from all the players there, I think. Yeah, certainly putting their name at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of that scoreboard where they really deserve. We'll certainly see them in contention of those top places coming up for the rest of the tournament. So yeah, it's certainly well played to them.
Right, well, we head to a shortly extended break where we will return with the final game of the evening. So go refill your water, go get some snacks, because it's going to be a banger. We'll be back shortly.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと 大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ。
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore. How is that possible? You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up. Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
watching overtime.
Team Mirror ties the game. Are you a betting man, Harry?
Do you assume I favor one side over the other? You know me better than that, Sam. Besides, I left my wallet at home.
Attackers, prepare for insertion. Team Mirror to the map. Team Ash has breached the map.
Doka, now.
Roger. Let's go fishing.
Good to go, Jordan.
Copy that.
Three attackers remaining.
Callie, need cover! We're pinned down, Callie! Get us out of Callie! What the heck is he going?
Giving them a clear target.
Come out and play.
Only two attackers remain. Two defenders remain on the map. Team Ash wins.
Something tells me that didn't come out of the playbook.
Not in our playbook, anyway. Something tells me this fight ain't over.
Now it's time for New Belt Nitro Single, and he fell for it! He's looking to give coverage for his teammate, right? Can he lock it down? Yes, he can, but the swing's in. Has to find it. No time! Pun has to swing in. Geordie's pulled off. He lost the round.
Camera in position!
Get behind me!
Tango located!
Hostiles in sight!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Frodo, and joining me again after the break is none other than the man himself, Spadoom. We're here. We are 2 games deep, but just before we continue, we have another tweet submission to come in from the viewers at home, and it's none other than the man himself, Faulty R6. Very excited to watch Lunchbox get super bored in a room of the map and kill everyone just so he could get the game over and done with. Woohoo! And indeed, Lunchbox did do that from inside of break in that matchup, Spud, just before we head into our third game. I mean, look, that was an interesting one from F2, but CS definitely still showing us that they are looking for contention in the top spot.
Yeah, they're showing us why they're so good at the game they play, and why they've been doing so well in other leagues as well. Certainly, F2, a lot of work left to be done, a lot left to be desired, but given the circumstances, I think they did pretty well and made the most of it. 7-3, they equaled their record against Kraken. Team 7 on board of the very first week. So hey, at least it wasn't going backwards.
Look, after the FF, we're going into game number 3, Team 7 versus NQS. Spud, 2 rosters that have had a pretty decent amount of, change, one, but success in their sort of own lanes, I guess, in different sort of levels of competition, but not quite sure. I mean, probably the favourites coming into this one.
Yeah, both these teams so far have had undefeated runs in LPL Pro here. Team 7 did beat F2 and Real Demons after a forfeit, whereas Not Quite Sure did beat Underground Gaming and F2 as well. So, similar results here, and both have very similar lineups as well in terms of the talent. So really, I think this is the match to watch.
Well, for the lineup of Team 7, we'll have a little bit more of an in-depth look. I mean, a team that has had a relatively good run so far. They've had some changes, though. Vandal coming in this week off the back of last week. So some fresh faces, or fresh face, should I say. One that, personally, I'm not too familiar with. So expecting some big things from Team 7 this week.
Yeah, Hunter as well, ex-Kraken player, so certainly it runs with those guys as well. So, yeah, a lot of high-level talent here. I'm certainly looking forward to see how they play and whether they, given that they've got the same roster as their previous season where they, of course, came second place, definitely a team to be, worried about if you were not quite sure.
Yeah, and speaking of not quite sure, they similarly have a very insane roster. I mean, last week we saw some pretty big things from them, notably Karma, 4 flawless rounds and an ace from him, aforementioned. We've got Elements coming in this week, again, former Kraken. So some pretty big players on this team. I mean, Kaken from other top teams, GZ. I mean, look, this is a roster to be scared for. And I mean, we've seen people talking about it. They think that this is the roster that could walk away with the dub in LPL Pro this season. So I guess we will see if that is all true.
Yeah, of course. We've already spoken about it, but we have to bring it up again. Karma did so much work last week. But of course, the rest of these players aren't, easy either. President and of course Kaken both have played together and they did very well in other leagues as well. So they've got that synergy, they've got that extra new energy. Really looking forward to see how they go.
And the head-to-head for this matchup brought to us by LetsPlay.Live. Spud, 2 players that, I mean, look, it shouldn't really have needed to be said, but Sealy from Team 7 and Karma from Not Quite Sure are the players to keep your eye on, the key players for these 2 rosters.
Yeah, they're the ones driving the attack, bring everything together. They're the spearhead, and when these 2 spearheads meet, I wonder which one gives first. Now, it's going to be exciting to see these 2 players go head-to-head. Of course, these teams go head-to-head because both of them are of such high quality.
Indeed, they are. But I mean, Sealy, formerly from Dynasty, had a really big sort of showing for his opening games into Tier 2 Rainbow Six, continuing his sort of legacy, I suppose, on Team 7. I mean, great play day from him last week, so no wonder why he finds himself in the spotlight for the Biocode Lab head-to-head. But Karma, again, I mean, we talked about it, and A's. What did he end on, like 19 kills or something? Regardless.
Ridiculous.
For the hope of Team 7, let's hope that the map is not Villa. We will find out what it is momentarily, because if it is Villa, well, Karma is going to be on for an absolute runaround. But it isn't Villa, it's Chalet. So I guess similar sorts of play styles, but one that I would sort of imagine would maybe favour NQS that little bit more.
Yeah, Chalet, of course, played very commonly in the OCE region, so both these teams will know what to do on it. It is one of those staple maps. It does lean a little bit more towards attack. It does give a favor, reward, aggression a little bit more, but we have seen a lot of nice defensive setups, a lot of interesting shield placements, and all 4 sides are quite viable as well. So really, there's a lot you can do in terms of defense on this side. So really looking forward to see how these teams play with that dynamic.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, we sort of look over the rosters as well. I mean, we've got Elements this week, who formerly from Kraken, as well as Hunter. I mean, this was Kraken's do not go to map. I mean, if you took Kraken to Chalet, it was game over. So, I mean, if they can bring a little bit of that prowess from the previous experience with that roster to this map tonight, obviously we'll throw a little bit more sort of interesting sort of momentum, I should say, for both of these rosters. But look, Chalet, a map that has sort of made its way into the current relative meta. I mean, it is a map that is played a lot more than we initially thought it was going to be played since its inception into competitive. But I would argue that it has probably become one of the top sort of 4 maps in OCE competitive Siege.
Yeah, it is a good map as well. I think it's very nicely balanced and everything kind of makes sense logically in terms of where things should be. And as we mentioned, there's a lot of creativity you can do both on the attack and defense. And so I really do like that, giving everyone the options to play how they want. It is one of my personal favorite maps. And of course, seeing Not Quite Sure and Team 7 play on it is just, the icing on the cake here.
Kaken running it up in what appears to be the internet cafe. So props to him. He's going to be having fun with it on, well, you could sort of say land, but I guess it isn't really land, albeit he's going to be having fun. And look, Spud, these, as you sort of said, this is probably going to be the match to watch for tonight because the teams and what they are bringing, I mean, just alone the rosters, I mean, they are probably some of the heaviest hitting players that we have in this league aside from Kraken and CS.
Yeah, I was going to say, once you count those two teams out, Kraken and CS, then you come to Team 7, you come to Not Quite Sure, and that's where you really start getting your top 4. Of course, someone has to lose today, and someone, we're not quite sure. It could be Team 7, it could be Not Quite Sure. Both have played really, really well. It's going to be a shame to see that someone will eventually have to take the L, but it is how it is, and whoever does come out on top certainly will have deserved that place.
Well, Spud, we're going to head right on into Chalet, a map that, I mean, we already spoke about. It has become one of the staples for competitive OC Rainbow Six, and one that a lot of these players are going to be very, very comfortable on. I mean, on Dynasty, Sealy had one of his debut matches on this map, if memory serves me correctly, which sometimes it doesn't. But even in saying that, this is going to be a barn burner. Not quite sure starting it off on the attack, which is usually the favoured side, but with the bans starting us off, as always, we will see if that is the case. Not probably to go, probably Jack or Mirror. What are we thinking? Grim, okay. That's the second Grim ban today.
I don't know if that's a strategy or they're just memeing around. It does force Not Quite Sure into either banning the Knock or taking their own ban and leaving Knock available for Team 7. So there is something to be said about it, but given how prominent Knock has been, it's no surprise that they will choose to go with that. I do think Azami will be the next to go. She is just so powerful, especially on this map. Nothing more needs to be said about it.
Yeah, indeed. Knock to go, probably a good choice. Azami as well, an operator that has seen an increasing ban rate since her inception, and well, since people have started figuring out how to play her. Bumblebee from Transformers. Look, Karma's already getting into it. Legion to go is from Team 7 is an interesting choice, but I guess that fits in with the Grim ban. Obviously, two operators that maybe we weren't necessarily expecting the most, but W elements. Wellements. Are we gonna have to call him that for the rest of the game? Wellements? I think we might have to. If I remember to, I will. But look, locking in for round number 1, Spud. NQS versus Team 7 on Chalet.
Interesting choice of site as well. We do go to Bar Gaming. It is one of the personal favorites of mine. We've got a really interesting lineup. No Frost here to deny those jump-ins, but Oryx being brought in is going to give Camper a lot of flexibility in roaming. And as we said, there's a lot you can work with on this map. And really want to see where he spends his time and whether Not Quite Sure will choose to contest him directly or look to cut him off so he can't have any impact, especially that they do have the Nomad available to them. They do have that option of just ignoring him and making sure he can't get back to site.
Yeah, indeed. All of the utility that is being brought by the defense here is good to lock down. I mean, just rotates as well from the attackers. I mean, they've got, Saber on the Warden as well. He can play quite aggressively with that MPX. So hopefully they can utilize all this and find some opening kills against NQS.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough defense to crack. I think it's very, very well-rounded. They've got everything they need. The Hands of Not Quite Sure, though, they also do have a lot of tools, a lot of explosive utility, 4 sets of grenades and flashbangs to burn as well. And with Kaken pushing in early, he might actually find a pick early on.
Indeed he will. There you go. Sealy opens it up. Kaken goes down. And he did say at the beginning of the match, if Kaken does kill you, you should be ashamed. So at the moment, Sealy not too ashamed with himself, kicking it off. But again, he was our highlight player. So there you go. Opening up the leaderboard. But things have come to a short stall for Not Quite Sure here. They do make it in, but they've lost one in the process.
Yeah, they are attempting to go for this bottom-up tank, and that's going to give them control of that stock area, allowing any cut-off from there, but it's still not quite enough to make the execute. Fake is now looking for that pick through those holes. He does find Hunter, and that evens things back out. But one player coming down from blue could put an end to that.
Well, it is Sabre for one. Fakers does get at least a compensatory trade on the Sealy. So they've taken down the heavy hitter so far. They know that there's possibly another one inside of blue. They have the information. It is being held by Prez, so knows that Campo's there. That's one off the site that they don't have to worry about, which does open up the door for them to possibly go for an early rotate towards the bomb site here, but President just not giving up at all. They have the call on this Oryx moving up through blue. And if President is patient enough with a minute left, he is going to be greeted with a very... No! Siege timing at its best, but he lands it. It's okay. President makes it work. Not quite sure with the lead.
Yeah, with all these players cleared out now, they can start worrying about that top floor. That top floor, of course, still needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, they do have an easy way back down onto site, which could really hamper your plans for the execute. So, you know, they have fallen off a little bit now, but still 2 players against 3, and with Sabre already taking a lot of damage, isn't looking not quite...
Yeah.
Sorry, not looking good for Team 7.
Spud's not quite sure, ladies and gentlemen, of what he was going to say, but he figured it out in the end. 20 seconds remain. It's plenty of time. Prez finds another, takes down Sabre, and it's all up to Vandal, the new face of Team 7. The diffuser going down. Does choose to get off, though. Prez is going to have to jump back on. He will be looking to lock it down. Sabre does hit the NS in chat as well. But it's now a post-plant situation here for Vandal in a 1 versus 3 for his first round on Team 7. Unfortunately, he's going to come face-to-face with Karma holding that hatch cross upstairs. He locks that kill down, and NQS, off the back of losing the first pick in the round, find it for themselves.
Yeah, as we mentioned, that top floor control was really, really crucial for making sure they couldn't challenge that plant. And of course, Vandal knew that as well. He was thinking about it. He was thinking about going for it. But of course, with Karma up there at the double window, he was able to hold him off. And that was ultimately what made sure that Vandal couldn't get back to site and made sure, not quite sure, get that first win.
Yeah, exactly, Spud. Not quite sure. I mean, they did lose the first to Sealy, but at the end of the day, it didn't really bother them too much. I think we should maybe expect more of an aggressive style from Kaken in this game, given that, you know, he sort of alluded to it at the start. He's going to be playing a little bit out of the ordinary, given that he is at that LAN setup for some whatever reason. It's not available to play on his home PC, but either way, he's still doing Kaken things. He could have been good for one there if Sealy had have sort of, you know, missed it, but unfortunately didn't. Not quite sure convert for first, but again, these 2 teams, as we said at the start, would be the top 2 should Kraken and CS not exist. So we'll see if that is the case continuing forward.
Pardon me. Yeah, once again, a library, top library mezzanine hold, so utility dedicated to that. I do want to see if they look to challenge the basement earlier on. Last time, the significant force being applied from that basement area and, of course, being able to cut off stock was huge. So I want to see if Team 7 have adapted to that, and whether not quite sure will attempt the same strategy.
They might try something interesting here, Spud, but it's actually Sealy to find the opener again, but it's Karma that goes down this time. As he tries to make his way up blue, caught on his teammate. President will find one onto Sabre. And Sealy has actually been allowed to cross back towards the master side of things, so if he goes unchecked, he could find a few good kills upstairs, but as the solar control is forfeit now to not quite sure, they are going to have to be careful of these roamers.
This approach from not quite sure, we've seen a number of times where you sweep in from that solar stairs, you take the the kitchen dining area, and then you work your way across. It does seem to be working out quite well for them. They've taken out Sealy and Sabre. That's 2 heavy fraggers. There is still utility available for Team 7, but that's 1 C4 remaining. So certainly with the player advantage, they're going to look to push that and go for that. When they go for that execute, they don't have to worry too much about getting shot or even the utility.
There you go, President from downtown. He finds another one on the Cambo. There's now Hunter and Vandal left to their own devices. But as Hunter goes down, Vandal now the last alive once more in a 1vx. It's going to have to try and do something, but unfortunately it's not going to be much at all as President from downtown once more locks out another kill. Then NQS, they find round number 2.
Really well executed pinch there. They really applied the pressure onto those players on site. They knew there was someone above. They knew there was someone downstairs with Karma. I believe, was it Karma? I don't think it was Karma. President holding that long angle from the dining area. They couldn't really play on those stairs. There wasn't really any way to get out, and that's what ultimately happened to Vandal. Stuck in the power position. It's only powerful if you can have an impact, but if you can't even get back to site and shoot anybody, it all falls apart.
Yeah, look, I mean, could fall apart, but again, early days, NQS, it's, you know, they're 2 rounds up, and it's only round 3 spot, so there is still plenty of time for that all to change, provided that obviously everything comes into effect properly. We're not quite sure. They will just sort of keep going forward, but at the moment, Team 7, unfortunately, still haven't found anything just yet.
Yeah, they will choose a different site now at least. It doesn't seem to have been working out, that bar gaming site, so choosing a different option is the way to go here. They will use that standard piano shield, but with the addition of Glass and Sense, that is what I'm going to be looking for here.
Yeah, we haven't seen Sens a whole lot. Prez 5-0 right now, actually. A point of highlight. But with the Glaz and the Sens being bought, that is definitely an interesting pairing, given that Sens, you know, they haven't seen a lot of play. So I guess we'll see if it pans out the way that not quite sure want it to. Karma once more, spearheading this entry downstairs, but off the back of his own information gathering, it seems. A lot of his self-droning, which, I mean, Karma does a lot of the time. He sort of takes himself in, but he finds kills pretty much religiously at this point. So Team 7 need to be looking to try and shut him down as quick as they can, which on this roam, we're not really seeing from them at all.
Yeah, Karma's just been allowed to kind of mosey on in, take all that territory, and in fact, there doesn't seem to be much challenge at all from this south side of the map. Not quite sure, having free to walk right up to that wall and open it up, and that's only taken them, you know, a little over a minute to get all that control. Vandal, however, will be that first point of contact. Well, once that wall gets opened up, and we're going to be seeing 2-level attack, one from the top and one from that bottom floor.
Still no deaths on either side. Well, I mean, it says 4v5 on the screen for some reason, but from my maths, it says that everyone's still standing. Now, not quite sure, are set up pretty well for an execute here, with the Glaz as well as the Sens. They can look to maybe go for a plant at some point, but, I mean, Nitro's in tow. They do have a smoke. This could get interesting, Spud.
Yeah, I want to see how President uses the shield
Ooh.
screen, and here it is. Through the drone hole. That's... Oh. Yeah, that's beautiful.
I like that.
That's
That
beautiful.
is awesome. With the bomb going down deep now from Fakers 2, that's not even default as far as it's concerned. They got the play downstairs. They don't even know. The team flash from Karma does mean that the bomb doesn't actually go down. But Kakin on the Glaz finds one more. Hunter does take down Prez, but the diffuser has been planted. So it's now post-plant with the Sens wall up once more. Fakers is taken out on the flank from Saber, but downstairs, look, Karma, he's there and waiting, but it doesn't matter. Wellermans is there from above to take it out too. Sealy and Saber go down. It's all up to Hunter. No toxic canisters to work with in a 1v3. The SMG at distance. He's going to play for KD.
Yeah, it's not really much you can do here, especially when Glaz is going to be holding your angle. Going to try and get some picks. He does find one. If he can find another, things could change, but I can see why he's played from underneath. With that hatch being open now, Karma can safely stay down there. And the only way to get him would be for that drop. He doesn't even make it that far. Glaz gets that last kill, and another round from Not Quite Sure, and a really, really nice use of that utility there. That was spicy.
That was chef's kiss. Really, really, that was probably the best Sens wall usage I've seen since, well, obviously her iteration. Their iteration. But not quite sure, making the best of it. And Kakin obviously making the best of his setup at the moment. He's got 3 kills on the setup there. I believe he just said in chat that he was down at Fortress, so he's doing his best. and definitely doing some good damage. Team 7, unfortunately, yet to really find too much as part of a conversion.
Yeah, 3-0 down. It has almost been... No, they have not been able to win any of their sites. Barring Gaming, they tried twice, they lost that. They are going to make a return to the kitchen dining site. And this time, not quite sure, we'll try a little bit of a more standard strategy. So perhaps Team 7 will fare better with that. I don't think they were quite expecting that Goliath Sends combo. But still, it's going to be difficult. Team 7 definitely on the back foot here and not quite sure. I didn't expect them to run away with it quite this much.
Look, whatever they're doing, it's working, Spud. And it is working to great avail now. We do see Campo trying to get a little bit over-aggressive here. He's got the Nitro to play with. It does come out, or it's going to come out. He's just waiting for the right opportunity. Sound cue, if you will. The utility, I'd imagine, isn't too far behind. The Nitro does follow. It doesn't get anything at all. So unfortunately for him, it's maybe not what he would have been hoping for. But the kill is Faker's falls on an angle that arguably he probably shouldn't have been losing on. And Campo lives to fight another day with the opening kill as well, going in favour of Team 7.
Yeah, with that lack of the Nomad, it does mean that Team 7 can more freely rotate and go for those flanks, which is something they did try last time. We saw Hunter on that flank through the basement, and it almost worked out. Now, if they can attempt that again, and without having to worry about the air jabs, they could really make it work.
Well, Hunter takes down one. Kaken does find Campo, so I guess there's somewhat of a trade, but it's Karma on a pixel for one. Saber falls, and I mean very quickly. It goes back to a 3 versus 3, albeit a Sledge and a Nomad. Mind blank there. Sledge and a Nomad for a Malusi and a Warden. Probably a good trade in favour of the defensive side, as well as Sealy being put on 1 HP here by Karma, who might actually find the kill onto the Valkyrie unless he's not paying too much attention to what he hears in his headset, because Sealy is poised and ready for the jump out.
Both players looking for the other to make that first move. He goes for it. He does catch him on the drone. Karma has come back to collect. Now it's a 2v3.
Unfortunate timing there. Didn't hear the player next to him either. And, well, they're going to leave it up to Elements and President to try and clutch the round out. I mean, with Valkyrie in play, there could be information pretty much anywhere. But if two players are to do it, it's the two that we see on our screens right now. Kitchen side, we are going to see a sort of a split attempt here, as one player does go all the way downstairs to hunt for one of those roamers. But look at the position of Vandal here. If he's not too careful, Element's coming up. No, Elements isn't going to come up main. And Vandal's going to walk away from it. So no, they're not going to clash. Varna will give the position away. Prez now Gnome. It's not looking good at all here for Team 7. As Elements comes up West Main, spotted out on the camera, will take the information out, walks into the site, spots the head of one, can't connect the shots, taken down by Hunter. Prez has to commit all the way through the connector, and Vandal's there to collect. Team 7, they find themselves their place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it took some rounds to get there, but they finally made it there. Well-deserved round as well, very well played as well, especially with those opening picks. As you mentioned, Campo certainly not the one you would expect to win in that situation against the Nomad, but he gets it done, and with those trades going back and forth, eventually Team 7 did manage to find the upper hand and the round with it.
Well, you love to see it, Spud. Team 7 at least fire back with something, but this map, I mean, as history would put it, definitely slightly more attacker-sided. So I guess it's not really surprising that we see a lead from not quite sure, but after Team 7 sort of started to have a little bit of, well, a little bit of a warm-up for themselves after those few rounds, they are now starting to fire back with some good moments for themselves. And if they keep that up, I mean, a 3-3 half is definitely doable, but not quite sure. Probably the best hoping for here is going to be a 4-2, 5-1 half.
Yeah, it did take Team 7 a little while to adapt here, so not quite sure play their cards right. They can keep Team 7 guessing, and they could get to that half switch before Team 7 figure out a way to counter them. They have chosen a different site now, so that is something that will keep both teams at least guessing a little bit, but The one thing I do worry about is that this doesn't seem to be their primary site. They've lost 2 primary sites already, and I hope this isn't a last-ditch attempt to take some rounds before going on to attack.
Look, as long as it works, Spud. Now, no bandit tricking here for the wall of Team 7, or K tricking, whatever it is. The wall opens up, thanks to the Thatcher on board of Kaken. So now they do have that extra thermite charge to use elsewhere, should they choose to do it. But with no presence really on the top floor here for Team 7, NQS are going to be able to do a relatively quick roam clear upstairs down. And that is going to give them a lot of avenues to work with. I mean, on a downstairs bomb site, you usually want someone upstairs to try and draw some attention away, but we don't see that here for Team 7.
Yeah, it's been a very, very efficient roam clear as well. That's a minute used, and they've got that top floor control. They can now start working from that balcony down, and that gives them vertical control as well. A lot more tools to work with. I'm going to assume that as well, President will be working on that trench wall, and with the main wall open, posing a threat of that cutoff, the vertical, and also that trench execute. It's going to be very difficult for Team 7 to hold on to.
Half the round remains, and no kill, Spud, as the remainder of Team 7 start to sort of return back from their lurking positions to the bomb site. The wall's still yet to be opened up. Excuse me, if you're not quite sure. They will be, I think, just managed to clear that Cade. Indeed they are. So President, yeah, going to be opening up that wall, and here we go. A last minute 5v5 on site.
C4 already prepped. I wonder if he catches anyone. He does. President goes down. The man will fall. With 2 players in connector, they are in a close position to challenge that breach.
Waiting for it all to sort of kick off here. They know that there's a player in connector. They know the position of a lot of the people on site here. As they are sort of prepping for it, they will make it in. The barrel broken. The bomb now going down. Elements on the flank will find one. The player does make it in, though. They do make the cross, but Kaken's there off the plant to lock it down for himself. The angle now being held by Fakers. Calm from the hatch as well. The diffuser will go down as Fakers locks in another. Almost the second pistol in hand. Looks to try and take out Saber, but it's a post plant as Saber finds one for a 2v2.
Some really nice cross angles being held there. They had redundancy. They had backup, even if that player managed to get through. It's all thanks to Kaken, who was able to get off that plant just in time. Now with the vertical control as well, it's going to be very difficult for this retake. And it shows once that attack have that foothold, this is certainly not an easy task. Saber has to find 2. He has to get upstairs as well if he wants to do it. Certainly this is a not quite sure round here.
Not enough time, even if he wanted to. I mean, to defuse, maybe not. Karma's going to throw his life away in the hopes of some KD boosting, but so's Fakers. And I definitely think it's worth, because, I mean, look, Fakers found 3 good kills in that round. And overall, really, really good from Not Quite Sure. Team 7, unfortunately, caught a little bit on the more surprise side there on that execute, but it was a great execute at that.
I think it really highlights why you need to be playing those top floors, playing that extended roam, because as we've seen, once you give the attackers control of the top 2 floors and let them apply all the pressure they want, it becomes a very, very claustrophobic site. You've got all these cross angles being held. We saw one from the hatch, we saw one from the garage wall. There was just no way Team 7 could make it in there to safely stop the planter. So, you know, if they ever go back there, which I don't think they will. Oh, no, they haven't gone back there this time.
No.
Yeah, they haven't. Yeah, certainly roam presence would have been a big help there.
Yeah, Bar Gaming. Probably one of the most, if not the staple site of Chalet defense, but for the final round of the half, not quite sure. Definitely hunting for the 5-1. Team 7, I mean, looking forward to would be great, but at this point, we've had probably a couple, 1 or 2 close rounds from them, and even then I wouldn't really count the last, because let's be honest, the last 2 players did sort of just jump through the hatch. But at the same time, Spud, still a bit left to be desired.
Fortunately for them, they do go on to the attack next after this, so they've got at least a favoured side, I suppose, waiting for them. But you always want to have as many rounds to work with because you're still going to be feeling that pressure from being, 4-1 or even, 5-1, 4-2 down at most. So it's really up to Team 7, to build up that momentum, to take things back and take the fight to Not Quite Sure, because Not Quite Sure certainly have been running a little bit unchecked here so far on this map.
Yeah, it's been interesting, Spud, but I mean, we've got 5 alive again, and I do have to highlight, like, both of these teams have had a lot of players alive when it comes down to those situations in the end. I mean, a lot of 5v5 so far.
Yeah, and those crossfires always seem to work out in favor of Not Quite Sure, which isn't something you'd expect. Team 7 being on the defense, they have time to set up and get into position. But Not Quite Sure have just been doing a really phenomenal job of placing their players in the right spot, holding the correct angles. And they know what they're doing. They have a plan and they execute it very, very well. So Not Quite Sure definitely have shown themselves to be very proficient on attack. Whether they can get this next round and make it 5-1 before going on the defense, well, we've got a minute and a half to find out.
Plenty of time as well, considering that, half a round being available is a minute and a half in a game like this, but with everyone still alive and all the utility that could ever be needed, NQS hold on to quite a big position here in that they need to get a move up. They need to clear out blue. They need to make their way towards the site, and hopefully they start doing that within the next minute.
Yeah, they're applying that pressure on the library now. There's still that shield. I'm not sure if the shield is still in position at the top of library stairs. No, it is gone, so that is something to be noted. But Saber does find the first kill, and it's going to be at the top library stairs. He doesn't need a shield when he has a gun.
Especially the MPX with a 1.5. I mean, it is just insane. But Prez will find another, but is taken down very quickly by Sealy. And with Karma on the bar door, looking to walk in. I mean, Elements finds one for himself, but Karma's leading the charge. Will get smoked out, doesn't check the chair behind him. It's going to be Sealy to lock him out. Karma does actually find one, from inside of the bar, but it's Camper to take out Elements. Very quickly, Fakers finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Has to go for the vault in, faced by the mirror. He looks away from the head holes for a second too long, but Sealy doesn't peek around, almost finds the kill, but it's Team 7 to lock in a 4-2 half. You love to see it.
Yeah, really well played that last round. They did struggle, as we mentioned, earlier on Bar Gaming, but whatever they've done here seems to have worked. They certainly made sure to keep their players alive for a lot longer. They didn't actually peak until, there was a minute left. That was when we saw the first kill, and it was still from that library position. So making sure they didn't give anything away to Not Quite Sure for free. Even President playing from that dining position, as we saw last time, cutting off library stairs. He got traded out straight away, and that was due to the number of players that was still on site, ready to get those refrags. So really well played an adaptation from Team 7. But will it be enough as they go on to attack now 2 and 4 down?
If Not Quite Sure can have a more decisive defending side than Team 7, well, obviously they'll lock it out in time. But Team 7 now go on to the favoured side of Chalet. And look, 4-2 is definitely doable, especially when you've got the favoured side. Hopefully, NQS are prepped for this, and they can lock it down here before going to overtime. Kraken. But, jokes aside, look, 4-2 is very workable for both ends of the card.
Yeah, that's right. It's certainly still a very close game by all accounts. So wouldn't count either team out just quite yet, although I do feel that Not Quite Sure has a little bit more momentum going for them, just in the way that they've been controlling the map. But certainly they've had their weaknesses, and Team 7 have been more than happy to make the most of it.
Yeah, they have been capitalising pretty well this game, albeit they haven't found as many rounds as maybe they would have hoped, but the damage they have been doing is definitely still important. And as some people rotate downstairs in an attempt to help support, Sealy is going to be who finds the first. Karma falls. And now Prez has to find a refrag and, well, possibly 2 more if he wants to walk away with the beneficiary for his team.
Both players now just kind of holding that angle, waiting for the other to make a first move, but President will take a step into Sealy's gun. Now that's 2 players down for Not Quite Sure. Team 7 look in position to bring another round back.
Elements gets aggressive, spotted out, but no kill. Again, once more, sprayed down. Chooses to rotate away, probably a good choice. Given that his team is 2 kills down, does spot the head of Saber, but can't connect, unfortunately. Chooses to go for the aggressive swing, some good damage, but again, no kill. As Sealy finds his 3rd in the round, he takes down Kaken. A nice shot given. And Spart, I mean, there is still a big hope here that Sealy finds all 5. As long as Fakers doesn't have anything to say about it.
It's going to be difficult, but he could do it. He's opened 1 up. He now has to worry about the balcony, and he looks the wrong way. Fakers now all that is left, but he's going to be cut off by that player coming up right behind Sealy. The refrag and the round.
Well, there you have it. Team 7 finding one for themselves. And they've done a good job so far. But look, they still have 1 if they want to equalise. 2 if they want to take the lead. But at the moment, not quite sure. Definitely still have the possibility to walk away with it if they're allowed to.
I really like how Team 7 played that round. They got those 2 opening picks, and then they kind of held back a little bit. They didn't get too aggressive, and then when they did take those fights, there was always someone ready to trade back for them. Both of those kills that Not Quite Sure were able to get, they were instantly traded back. So they were aware of the positioning, they knew what to do, and that's why Team 7 were able to get that round. 1 more round in the bag means Not Quite Sure are only separated by 1 round to Team 7, and you know, you can't rest too early, you still have to make it all the way to 7.
It is, you know, it is a big feat to reach that level of, well, just being able to put the gap between yourself and another team in a position like this is definitely difficult, but at the same time, still very achievable. Especially in the situation where the match is so close as of this moment in time.
I really like this extended hold. Team 7 are, Not Quite Sure, holding 2 levels of the map at the same time. They've got that library mezzanine power position. They've got someone in office. They've got the piano shields as well. They're playing all over the map. They're going to make it really, really difficult for Team 7 to even get their foot in the map. And then, you know, when the damage has been done, when time has been wasted, they still have all that time to fall back to the kitchen dining site. Really well played from them.
It's an interesting position with the shield here. And the Ormais do grab that frag grenade, so Elements does survive for the moment. I'd imagine Saber probably looking for a follow-up here, but this is a really off-meta, interesting setup that we see in the library hallway. I mean, we don't usually see a player here, right there, in the display hallway with supports from library and sort of top main, but, I mean, Karma, he's going to find that kill onto Sealy somehow, and he's going to get away with it.
Oh, look at that. Even Bar Gaming is prepped. This whole map, there are so many peaky holes, so many positions that Not Quite Sure can be taking the fight, and that's really, you know, that's dangerous as an attacker because you don't know where that next gunfight is going to come from.
Kaken goes down. A mute for Zofia. Pretty good trade both ways. I mean, you lose a Nitro, but at the same time, you lose your impacts and your flashbangs. Now, they don't know that Elements is in here. At least for the moment, which could come back to haunt them in the very near future. Only a minute left in play, and he still holds a pretty powerful position behind the bar.
Yeah, even if he dies here, at least he's burnt up a bit more time, and he's looking to do just that. He's got a way out as well. Unfortunately, will be caught by Vandal, who finds a 2 kills so far this round, making it a 3v4 now. Elements probably had put down most of his magnets, so not too bad a deal there. And you've still got the smoke available, which is a key player here, and some great guns to work with. So not all hope is lost, but certainly they're going to be feeling the pressure now.
No vertical pressure. They've got no one upstairs, and Karma has just retaken onto the top floor with no real... Oh, well, he was. Sorry, no, he's come back down. So they forfeit top floor control, but so have the defenders. which arguably could have been such a big thing for them. They don't have sends to their avail either, and Hunter chooses to go for long rotate with only a few seconds left. Prez opens it up with one. Saber goes down, the vaulting caught by Karma. The diffuser on the floor, Karma gets a triple. He finds another in Campo on the long game upstairs. He's going to shoot the cam in solar, give himself away on the pre-fire. He's not going to go down. Karma was hunting for the fourth, but not quite sure. They lock it down, and I mean, had they had the sends and the glass, could have been different, but on the defense there, no questions.
Yeah, I think Team 7 realized a little too late that they needed that top floor control. They had the breach open, but unfortunately there were just too many angles for them to contest. By the time they realized it and decided, okay, let's rotate around the other side, there was 10 seconds left. You saw Hunter jumping in through that trophy window and just got absolutely shut down by two players all firing at him at the same time. So, yeah, while the early execute was good, I think, from Team 7, early on clearing out the map, the fact that there was so much they had to contest being held by not quite sure meant by the time they realized that they had to get to the execute, it was already a little too late.
Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't enough for Team 7 to really get the job done there, but not quite sure. You do have to give it to them. They did pretty well. I mean, a highlight for me there was both teams little to no upstairs pressure whatsoever, or presence rather, should we say. I mean, initially, yes, a lot, but after that sort of first gunfight or so, that was it. I mean, everyone disappeared and opted to go elsewhere. Now, Karma did look like he wanted to go upstairs, but opted choosing otherwise. So, I mean, I guess it worked out in both respects.
And look, we've seen it time and time again, teams getting punished not for taking that top floor, taking holistic control of the map, and that's what kind of happens. Last time we saw Team 7, when they were defending, give up control of this top floor on the basement defense. So we'll not quite sure make the same mistakes, and will Team 7 look to control those top floors as well to really apply pressure onto not quite sure's defense here.
It's going to have to be good pressure as well. With only 2 minutes remaining, they still have some good roam presence. But, I mean, Spud, not really much has been achieved by Team 7 in terms of control, because not quite sure are still spread out pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, they've got that wall open to their credit, but that's not enough to go for an execute. This isn't an elo where you can just throw a smoke in and get away with it and plant, right? You still have to clear out all these Romans, and Karmas and President certainly will be making their job very, very difficult.
Vandal has made it in. Unfortunately, he's forfeited a lot of his HP in doing so. Now, Prez is still alive, but the breach charges from above, the double breach charge to open it up. They will catch Karma. So at least they've done that, but look at the time. Only half the round remains. It's not really a lot left here for not quite sure, other than, go to the secondary positions, play by the wayside of main stairs, and just wait for Team 7 to come towards the site. As they start to do that now, I mean, the next focus for them is going to have to be that back wine cellar wall by Boiler.
Yeah, my question is if they have any utility left to open this wall. They've got one more Thatcher EMP grenade. That's probably going to be enough to open that. And of course, that back wall from the garage gives them that same long angle. Now, last time we saw Not Quite Sure on this attack, they were able to work those angles to very great effect. Will Team 7 be able to do the same and show Not Quite Sure they can also play this game?
Well, with the stuns coming out, Fakers is going to be first point of contact. Does have a Nitro to play with, but does he choose to use it? He's got the cross from President here, with a player inside of the main breach, an angle from above. Elements is trying to hold this hatch, but he can't really see anything as Vandal finds Fakers. The flashbangs come out. Prez looking to get the entry. Can't hit the shots there with the TCSG. Elements has to rotate. He tries to come back. The diffuser makes it into the site. President opens it up with one. They need the cross, but he's allowed to make it into the site. Vandal finds another with the pistol. It's post-plant now, but the team kill from Elements. No, what's happening? Unfortunately, Prez goes down, walking in the way, and Vandal finds another. Team 7 off the back of a very unfortunate team kill. They walk away with that post-plant.
Yeah, it was still doable at that 2v3 position. You do know where that planter is, so you can cut off his exit. But unfortunately, both players decided, hey, I'm going to be the one to do it. And one player ended up with a bullet to the back of their head. So, yeah, unfortunate, but not quite sure, still managed to maintain their lead. Team 7, though, certainly catching up. 5 and 4 is really, really close, and with them still being on the attack, they've certainly got plenty of resources available, plenty of breathing room here to take this back to overtime.
Indeed they do, Spud. I mean, there's a lot really still to be achieved at this point, but saying that, we look at everything going on behind the scenes, and, you know, with Team 7, they're 1 round behind, and they have pretty much been in that situation majority of the match. So, at the end of the day, provided they can keep it this close, maybe even get a couple rounds up here, this could quite easily be another overtime game.
Yeah, last time, of course, when faced with this roam, Team 7 did seem to struggle a little bit. They took a lot of time, like half the round, in order to get 1 kill onto Karma, and President was allowed to fall back. But once they got that roam clear, you know, they were able to make the most of it, and they did so in spectacular fashion, able to get the plant down as well. So, for Not Quite Sure, they're going to have to make sure to burn a little more time, get some more players off the board early, in order to make sure that Team 7 don't have the time required to set up and go for this execute.
Plenty of time left in the round for everyone, that being attack and defense. Sealy does take some damage to start, but I mean, that's really it. They've got the Nitro ready to call as well, so I guess there's that. But President downstairs, he's going to try and retrieve that. Indeed he will with the Deagle, and he's going to disappear. Not quite sure. Plenty of time left to work with, but unfortunately that Nitro just not going to hit.
Karma and Elements both looking to challenge this top floor, at least do a little bit of damage or waste a bit of time. But so far, no luck. Team 7 makes slow but steady progress across this map, starting from the top floor and down. But at this point last time, Team 7 had, you know, the top 2 floors controlled. But this time, I think there's still players upstairs.
There is. Karma does fall away, though. Sealy finds 1. Elements there as well. Not spotted out just yet. Kakin takes a little bit of damage. I say a little bit, a considerable amount. He has to make his way out of Boiler here if he wants to survive, but in the position he's in, it's not looking good. Completely blind. Hunter with a pistol locks it down. Unfortunately, Fakers can't push out to support. So Karma's going to have to go huge on this flank as Campo finds another. Karma will take down Sealy. Starts making his way down West Main to see if he can find any more. There you go.
Yeah, this roamers that could have threatened to do so much damage, unfortunately, will be the last players alive. Karma only able to find 1 before he does get cut down. And with that, it does mean Team 7 have evened it back out to Not Quite Sure. It's 5-5 now. We certainly could be heading to a full overtime here. As we go into a timeout, at least, Not Quite Sure looking to change things up and slow down Team 7 a little bit.
Yeah. Spud, I mean, Not Quite Sure. They had a pretty good lead, but then Team 7 sort of figured out what was going on, and they changed the play up, and they've started to find a lot of rounds for themselves. Now, we did say that this could quite easily be an overtime match, but at the same time, it's, I mean, it is quite easily a possibility at overtime here. So no surprise, I'm Not Quite Sure taking that time out. They do need it. Need to get back into the groove of it. It's 5-5 now, so if they're not careful, this could go to that overtime.
Yeah, mind you, they're at best, these teams are only separated by 2 rounds, and 2 rounds in the grand scheme of things when we're looking at how these teams are playing really isn't that much. So well played certainly from Team 7 to catch back up, but really it wasn't that much of a lead if we're Not Quite Sure, and certainly they're feeling the regret from that now. They do have to fight once again to take the lead away from Team 7.
Regardless of the facts, Bud, 2 rounds are really all that separate us from either overtime or a win. So, saying that, pretty much anything can happen. Anything can happen because 2 rounds is not a lot of time at all. I mean, it's what, 6 minutes, 7 minutes?
Yeah.
So it's really anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, Not Quite Sure, relying back on that very extended, spread out defense. They've got the castle once again to block off some of these lines. Sight allow them to rotate back safely. Vandal almost takes a big hit, almost goes down, but he will escape with his life for now. But last time we saw this site and this particular setup, not quite sure we're able to win it. Team 7 needs to figure out how to adapt more quickly and get the map control they need early on, because last time, as we mentioned, they only had that bottom floor and that wasn't quite enough to get the execute.
Window opened up here, but unfortunately that castle barricade is going to keep Elements safe. So Team 7 not able to open it up with a kill that they maybe would have hoped for. But still, plenty left. Again, 5 versus 4 on our screens for some reason, but 5 players for both sides still survive. So not quite sure. Currently leading. I mean, they've got the damage onto Vandal, but that's really all they've achieved right now. A minute of time wasted is definitely good, but other than that, it's not really too much.
They know about this player upstairs now, and they're doing their best to flush him out. Campo also has that rotate cut off, and I think this player coming up will get shot. He does see the window and decides to back off. Probably a good move, Karma.
I'd imagine what they talked about in that timeout was probably a little bit of over-aggression. I mean, we saw that from them in those couple of rounds. They were getting quite loose with what they were peaking and how they were peaking it. So it's good to see them sort of batten down the hatches a little bit here as they make their way into the top floor. Now that castle barricade still does prove to be somewhat of an issue, but Elements does find one on the Vandal. Saber now looking for the trade, but Elements is good for 2. He takes down another inside of the bathroom, looking for a third, but again, overzealous, will be down by Campo. Looking for the confirmation, he will find it. Sealy takes Karma as well, so we quickly go from a 5v3 to a 3 versus 3, but Prez is good for 1, almost the second. Sealy's there to trade it instantly back out.
Yeah, these teams really fighting for that top floor control this time. I think they've both kind of figured it out. But with that, once all the dust has settled, we're left with 2 players on either side. Both SAS operators, or 3 SAS operators in play here. But Smoke still with 3 smoke canisters and C4 still in pocket. Can certainly do a lot of damage coming up. Whereas Campo, he's still got 2 grenades to work with. So both sides certainly have utility to make this work.
Now, Kakin is primed at the bottom of Solar Stairs, but with that verticality opening up, it's going to make things difficult. Fakers is trying to hit the deep range smoke here. Does opt to funnel them into the angle that he can hold. He will spot the first to come down. Opts to try and take the gunfight 1-for-1. Does have one more smoke to play with. Probably needs to use it. Indeed, he will. Gets it out. Will find the player in West Main. Spots the player inside a connector. Good damage dealt to Campo, but it's not enough for a kill. Campo chooses to get aggressive. Fakers with the shield there, and he will be able to lock that round down. But that was a way too close for comfort. A 1 versus 2, and Fakers comes in huge. Not quite sure. They lock out round match point. But Team 7 still have one more chance to send it into overtime.
That was brilliantly played from both sides. Not quite sure, to their credit, did curb that aggression early on, but Team 7 really, really well played in taking those refrags. They collapsed onto those attackers. Defenders, sorry, and every time someone got a kill, even President hiding alone in office, even after he got that kill, there was someone to get the trade. 2v2 are perfectly balanced from both sides. Like the use of the vertical to cut off that remaining player. Unfortunately for Team 7, Fakers being alive just means Fakers can still do Fakers things. 1v1, and then at that point it's a 50-50. Could have gone either way. I could have seen Team 7 winning that, and we'd be looking at it, 5-6 the other way around. Certainly could have happened. So not quite sure, aren't quite all the way home yet.
Indeed, Spud. Indeed, at that. They're close. They are very, very close. You have to give them that. 1 round away from walking away with it. And Team 7... mental is definitely there for them. Sealy having a great game, but I mean, similarly, Karma as well, having a good game. The kills a little bit more evenly spread. I'm not quite sure side though, so.
Yeah, both teams have been playing really, really well. I think we've seen some top-tier Siege here, and their performance on Chalet has been excellent. The number of mistakes these teams made has been quite low. They really have got a good grasp of those fundamentals, and then when it comes down to it, executing onto site, clearing out those roams, seeing those head-to-head gunfights between 2 really, really good teams. Certainly a great watch.
Yeah, it has been great so far. I mean, we see utility being moved around as well, which again highlights that these teams are sort of just paying attention, laying in wait for the changes that need to be made at any given time. And albeit saying that, you know, again, a minute surpasses, no damage, no kills. These teams being very, very careful with what they are allowing the other one to walk away with and get away with, because so far there hasn't really been too much for either side until that last sort of final minute.
Yeah, neither team really wanting to give away any freebies, and who can blame them? In a situation like this, you need all the manpower you can get, and certainly it makes a very chaotic executes. To both teams' credit, they have managed that chaos very, very well. They've still been able to play effectively as a team, and so certainly I expect great things come out. Silly though, and Saber, 2 kills in a row.
The big kills at that, but Hunter now getting the diffuser down as well. This means that we are probably going to be looking at overtime. Spud Kakin finds 1. Campo trades out on the Karma. Hunter takes out Kakin, and Prez is the last one alive, or 1 versus 4 on the Jaeger. He's got the gun that could maybe get the job done, but unfortunately not the magnification to make it happen. The line locks it down for Campo, and Team 7 send us into overtime.
Really well played there from Team 7. They looked at the setup that Not Quite Sure were bringing. They saw the kind of spread that they had across the map, and they realized, well, we could just hit site. And that was really, really well executed. 2 quick kills made sure they had the player advantage, and then after that, even with one player planting, they still had the player count to outgun Not Quite Sure, which of course brings us to an overtime. 6-6 now, as a Not Quite Sure, I believe, starting out on the defense. Probably not the position they want to be in, given that how their defensive half has gone hasn't been the best. A technical pause will at least give both teams time to get a breather and figure things out.
I mean, it was a 4-2 trade on the half, Spud, which isn't the worst, isn't the best, but at the same time, in saying that, everyone from Not Quite Sure off, I'd imagine, getting a drink, going to the bathroom, normal things. So Elements has returned, he's back. Kakin obviously can't really go anywhere. But at the same time, in saying that, Team 7, they've had that crash, but this is valuable time for them to have a chat. They can sit there, they can talk. I guess it kind of works out as another sort of mini tac pause, but yeah, look, unfortunately the game crash happened. It will slow down the momentum a little bit and maybe sort of ruin the train that Team 7 were on. But at the same time, this does open the door for Not Quite Sure to sort of reignite and get back into the flow of it.
Yeah, I certainly will be interested to see what was discussed during the technical pause for both teams, because this, of course, is an important moment. It is a 6-6 overtime, and now that they've got that extended time to talk, a lot will be going on. And I would be really interested to hear what sort of conversation they've had and what changes they make in the coming 2 rounds, or coming 2 or 3 rounds, in fact, to see who takes the win.
Well, while we sort this small technical pause out, we are just going to head to a short break. So we shouldn't be... No, sorry, we're not going to go to a break. We are going to be getting back into the swing of things momentarily. We just needed that extended sort of off-screen presence while we sorted that sort of technical issue out. But I mean, Spud, so far, a lot is sort of on the line for both of these 2 teams. Obviously, both gunning for a top spot. And a lot is really going for both sides here. They want to go up against Kraken. They want to try and do some damage. And this is really where they need to be locking those points in, because now it's in overtime. They don't get as many, which is going to hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, Team 7, of course, came second in the last LPL Pro tournament, so they want to take that top position. They don't want to give it to, well, Not Quite Sure or any other team, whereas Not Quite Sure, the team that has just joined us in LPL Pro, the new kids on the block looking to make their name on this scene. So, Team 7, unfortunately, Not Quite Sure with another crash. Well, I guess it goes both ways, right? Campo got his, now Not Quite Sure gets his as well. Not Quite Sure get their one as well.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but certainly extended time, I would say, for both teams to have a good thing.
Yeah, look, you need that time sometimes to sort of just reset, have a little bit of a chat figure out what's going on and what needs to be moved around in terms of maybe strategy or who's playing what, but a disconnect, again, from not quite sure. They're just choosing to run it up, and unfortunately that means that a 4 versus 5 is imminent. So Team 7, I'd assume, will be happy with not having to deal with all 5, but still, it is a rather unfortunate precedent for Not Quite Sure to find themselves in, especially given that they had a really strong start in this match.
Yeah, look, even with 4 players, I wouldn't quite count them out. Not Quite Sure, definitely a very, very strong roster. Of course, with Sealy and Van Saber, making those opening picks, it does get very, very difficult. But we do see the rehost, granted, I think coming up now a little late, but hey, we got there. So, yeah, whatever's happened so far doesn't count. Don't worry about it. We'll find some new things to say once we get back to this 6-6 overtime.
It just turned into a TK frenzy at the end there. You already know it. Trying to ruin each other's stats. Look, Spud, good that the rehost happened, and good that it is coming out, provided it probably needed. Again, we will go into a technical pause state. But look, disregarding the round we just saw, disregarding everything that happened, it isn't going to be a 4v5. It will be a 5v5 after the rehost. But again, 6-6, a lot on the line, yada, yada. We've already kind of said it all, but who are you sort of pegging to take this? I mean, do you think Team 7 will do it, or do you think Not Quite Sure will sort of find the momentum they had just before the split and sort of lock it out?
I think it'll be a Not Quite Sure Vic. Actually, I don't know. It could go either way. Really, it's a 50-50. I think it'll go to 8-7, but how that last offensive round for Not Quite Sure will play out versus Team 7 attacking, yeah, that's the only thing that I would say leans towards one side over the other, because apart from that, both these teams have been very, very evenly matched, and really I'm not sure if I'd call it for either team at the moment.
It is a very difficult decision to make, given that, you know, Team 7 have had that sort of comeback in that second half. They answer back with a 4-2 of their own. And I mean, even in the highlights, we can see that they have had some really good moments. Both sides, that is. I mean, Not Quite Sure and Team 7, albeit Not Quite Sure definitely pioneering the sort of trend at the beginning of the game. But then we go into the second half. I mean, we see it here. Team 7 were pretty much hot on their heels round for round, to the point where they actually managed to take us into overtime. I mean, even Fakers couldn't hold them off. And look, Team 7, if they do manage to win it, definitely very deserving victory if they can walk away with the victory.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for both teams regardless. I mean, they have just played such great Siege on Chalet. It's been really, really well played. We've seen some interesting strategies as well. We've seen the Sens and the Glass come out, which I really like. We've seen that extended hold across the entire map. But to Team 7's credit, they have also been able to counter that. They've been reading Not Quite Sure really well, and it took a little bit of time for them to warm up, but certainly they have figured it out. So, yeah. I don't know which way to call it, because whatever way I call it, I'm probably going to be wrong anyway. So,
well, this time we are sure that we are going to actually head to a break. So we'll be back very, very shortly after this rehost. We'll continue on with the last game of the night. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Welcome back from the break to the Rockout LPL Pro Series. We are here and we are getting ready to jump straight back into this matchup where we left off before the break. 6-6 on the split for Not Quite Sure versus Team 7. We are just going to be locking in the sites, locking in the operators, everything. Sort of getting ready to go here for the first round of overtime. Spud, we spoke briefly before jumping into this. You know, it's a difficult one to call. We can't really say for sure who's going to walk away with this since both teams traded a 50% half, 4-2 both ways. Coming into this, Team 7, they've got attacking first up, which could be the difference between a win and a loss here.
Yeah, if it does go all the way to 8-7 as we kind of predicted, then Team 7 do have the upper foot there, or upper hand, sorry, on Not Quite Sure when it comes to that final site. But Not Quite Sure have still been able to win, you know, 2 defenses there. They've had some really great setups, so I wouldn't quite put it that way, that simply. So it does come down to, of course, this next round. Whoever gets that upper hand will certainly have the momentum swinging into things on the second round of overtime. But yeah, again, I don't know how to put it.
It's a difficult one to call, it really is. And I mean, look, it is going to come down to who has held on to the most momentum during this extended pause, because whoever has sort of got the go still left in them will probably walk away with it in 2.
Starting up into the action phase now. We do see once again this very extended hold coming out from Not Quite Sure. Castle barricades to protect those rotations. And yeah, I was going to say Element seems to be a little bit stuck in there, but he does have a way out. So a lot of fallback positions as well. Hopefully they don't give away as many lives too early on, because as we saw last time, Not Quite Sure were able to get those opening picks, but unfortunately they hung around just for a little too long, allowing Team 7 to get those 3 frags. So that will be something they need to keep in mind this time.
Indeed, it will be, Spud, but at a half trade, I mean, look, if Not Quite Sure can find the first defensive round, which they struggled with on their defensive half, I mean, they lost 4. So if they can at least find 1 here and then go into the attack, which they had a lot of success on, we could see this end out in a Not Quite Sure victory. But at the same time, Team 7, very similarly, if they can lock an attack out here and then have good luck on their defense, similar findings. And with K-Kid starting it off with a good kill for himself, Vandal down, it's a good opener.
Yeah, now they just need to hold on to that advantage, because every time Not Quite Sure have been able to get the advantage, Team 7 have been able to find it back. Of course, with Vandal down, that does remove the vertical pressure from that sledgehammer. There are still some breaching charges, but it's not nearly quite the same. Ying now looking to make entry, but he will get... Yep, he does find one with those Candelas. Will he be able to find the second on the cross?
Look, everything's starting to fall apart. Team 7 find 2. It's all up to Prez on the top floor. He will take out 1. So that is big for the castle and actually manages to get away as well. So the top floor sort of presence that was had now largely gone. As what remains returns back to the site. The Vault on in will find 1. Faker's unfortunately not able to trade Hunter. He's the one that opens up the door. Saber takes down Fakers. Prez will find Saber, though. The diffuser not going down anymore as Prez is left in a similar position that Fakers found himself in moments before this. Prez has to go through. He will spot the head of 1. Doesn't find it. Will get the planter, though, but the diffuser is down. It doesn't really matter at this point. Unless Prez can find this kill, it's going to be all to Team 7. And given the position he's in, it's going to be a difficult clutch.
And I think Sealy has rotated over. President is a little slow to respond. And with that, Team 7 take it to match point. They've been on the back burner. Well, I wouldn't say back burner, but certainly not the ones leading for the entire match. And now, finally, this is their opportunity. They are a round up. But, of course, they do need to go on to defensive face. Not quite sure on what could be their final attack.
It could indeed be. Team 7, though, this could also be their final defense if they can lock it out here. And, I mean, not quite sure. Through a mix of technical issues and whatnot, I mean, could be a problem. I mean, look, they are 1 round away. Possibly 1 round away from going home with no points here. But, well, not as many points as they would have hoped for. In saying that, though, Team 7... they are at that possibility for an 8-6, provided they can just hunker down here and close it out now at an 8-6 deficit, because, I mean, not quite sure. They've been on the hunt, albeit, but it definitely looks like after that extended pause, after that rehost, that their momentum has taken a little bit of a hit. And, look, if we're being honest, Spud, it is unfortunate to see because they had some really good momentum in the opening moments of this game, and it's just sort of dwindled after that rehost.
Yeah, certainly though, as well, Team 7 were on the better half of that second half. They did take 4-2, so that certainly helps. And taking Karma off the board like that is certainly going to add insult to injury. Is this all quite over? I'm not quite sure.
The new face to the roster, at least one we haven't seen before, Vandal. An absolutely insane shot off a spawn with Saber taking down Wellermans as well. Not the best of starts here for not quite sure, and I think the writing may be on the wall here, Spud, unless they can find some pretty big kills for trade backs, because in a 3 versus 5, I mean, you've got Fakers, Kaken, and President. Some big names that can make it happen, but at this point, Team 7, I'd imagine, will just play passively and let the kills come to them.
Yeah, certainly. I think not quite sure weren't ready for the aggression that Team 7 suddenly brought out. I mean, in a situation like that, 6-6, 6-7, you'd expect them to play a little more passively, a little more safe, but no, that was not the case. And with that, they are now 2 players up. Campo, though, looking for this player as well. He knows that Kobe is nearby. Will he be able to get the shots? Goes for it now.
Attempts to get aggressive, unfortunately doesn't connect for anything. Some damage through the wall and the cake, and that's really it. We'll spot the player in West Main. Fakers does find 1, but he knows there's a player close on the wall. Campo opts to go into the kitchen, does make it through, but completely blinded, manages to get into Trophy and up through Solar. Not quite sure, absolutely bamboozled as to how he's actually got away.
How did he escape that? He was flashed as well. He couldn't see, and just off pure instinct, he ran up the stairs. He's gotten away. He's made it to a fallback position, and he's still got, 40 health. He's better off than Cake in here. So that is quite impressive, and a little bit of a fumble there from not quite sure. And at this point in the game, that is the last thing you want.
There you go. Saber, insult to injury. He takes down Fakers on the long angle. Prez as well takes some damage. He opts for the rotate, but at this point, Kaken and Prez, they've got their work cut out for them. In a 4 versus 2, Kaken on low health, President as well, looking a little bit worse for normal wear. The pings as well now, I mean, they know the position of 1. It's only a matter of deduction power to figure out where the second is. I mean, Campo literally right above him at this point in time. He does hack into the cameras, so there is some information to work with, I suppose. But Prez goes down to a frost mat inside of Mudroom, and at this point in time, I think it's GG go next, ladies and gentlemen. Team 7, unless Kaken can do something pretty insane here, are going to walk away with this game. He gives himself away inside of the fireplace hallway. And at this point in time, it's just a small amount. And there you go. Cambo locks it down. Team 7 from the back end. They come through. They lock it down. Not quite sure, unfortunately. Not as happy as when the game started. But look, at the end of the day, Team 7, they've made it happen. 8-6 after a levy of technical issues. What a great game.
Well-deserved from Team 7. They really put in the hard yards. They, of course, were losing early on after that first half. They were 2-4 down, but they managed to claw it back, and then they managed to take away all the way to overtime. And of course, they did manage to finally seal those last 2 rounds. So really, really well played from them, especially those 2 early picks in that last round, taking that aggression when not quite sure least expected it. I mean, not quite sure looked pretty lost that last round. I think that hit from the first 2 cadets really left them reeling.
It is rather unfortunate, Spud, because they had a really good start to that game. I mean, not quite sure coming into it. Obviously, the favourites, dependent on sort of the results they had last week. And coming into this, they were looking really, really strong. I mean, they first half 4-2. They went into the second side. They won a couple of rounds, but then it all sort of started to come apart at the seams. Team 7 sort of caught back up. It was round for round. They were trading a lot. Then they lost 2 in a row. We go to overtime, and then ultimately it all just fell down and ended in a Team 7 victory. But from Team 7, the representative joining us in the booth this evening is none other than the Dynasty man himself, Sealy. Welcome. First of all,
I got the jersey on.
Congratulations. He's repping it. He's got it on. I knew it. As soon as I saw the orange and black, I had to say it. Look, first of all, congratulations. An overtime victory for you. Were you expecting it to go on that long, or were you expecting something a little bit shorter on Chalet tonight?
I mean, look, not quite sure an OCN team. We're a bunch of throw-togethers. Sabre and Vandal only recently came back to the game. So we expected it to be pretty tight. Maybe not OT, but yeah, the game being as tight as it was expected.
All right, so obviously at 6-6, you had a slew of technical issues, 2 disconnects, in fact. So what was going on in the team? What was being said? What was the atmosphere like? What did you guys do to keep that momentum going?
We have a pretty lighthearted environment. I mean, I don't know if production catches up, but I'm laughing a lot of the time. We're not too stressed. The rehost was a little annoying because the rehost was called too late in the round, but we were like, whatever. We just reset, run it back. We knew what our plan was for the attack round, and we executed it well. So we weren't too worried. We weren't too fast.
I mean, overall for tonight, a pretty big win in your books, obviously. Not quite sure, a decent team to take down. Going forward into next week, anything that you guys are going to be looking to directly change, or do you think that you guys are sort of relatively clean cut and polished, just sort of hoping that technical issues aren't a problem next week?
We're pretty happy with how we're playing. We play a very loose style, we play pretty comfy. We have Hunter, obviously, Kraken member, always IGLing us, kind of micromanaging us, and then people like me and Campo kind of just freely roam around the map, look for picks. We're very comfy with that play style. We're having fun. And if we're having fun, we're probably going to win, so we don't need to change too much.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Sealy, for coming in. We appreciate it, as always. And I mean, Spud, we have had a great evening tonight. Some really, really good games. Unfortunately, again, the forfeit, yes. But other than that, the other 3 that we did get to witness on stream were relatively banger matches.
Yeah, I mean, 8-6, it couldn't have gone any closer. Maybe 8-7 would have been at the most. But yeah, Kraken Underground Gaming as well. Underground being the underdogs did manage to defeat Kraken, so that was a plus as well. Certainly really, really well played all around.
Overall, I mean, the leaderboard standings for this evening, we have seen some shifts, but I wouldn't imagine anything too sort of, oh, wow, okay, some big shifts. Kraken go down to 4th from 1st. Team 7 shoot up to that spot. Circular Spheres from 4th to 2nd, not quite sure, locking it down relatively close to where they were. UG go down a spot, Get a Grip come up. F2 avoiding the bottom of the leaderboard thanks to RD forfeiting, but Spud, I mean, is that really what we expected at this point on Play Day 3?
Yeah, look, I would have expected Kraken to be beating Underground Gaming, so a little bit more positive results from them, but seeing Team 7 Circular Spheres and not quite sure as well. Up there, usually what I would expect. So looking forward to how the rest of the season plays out.
Well, for our giveaway tonight, we do have our winner to announce. The tweet in question that is walking away with the victory is from Faulty R6. Congratulations to you. And I hope you enjoyed all the games tonight and watching Lunchbox go on an absolute tirade dismantling F2. It was an absolute banger. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, because we definitely had fun with it. But I mean, Spud, next week we have a pretty jam-packed week of games as well. You see them at the bottom of your screen right now, some pretty big ones that automatically sort of draw my eye.
Yeah, I mean, Circular Spheres, I'm not quite sure, will definitely be one to watch. Both teams have done really, really well, and of course, in that high-tier Siege. F2, once again, got the short end of the stick. They're going to be playing against Kraken, everyone's favorite team. Team 7 and Get a Grip LFO will also be, I think, close. Get a Grip have shown really, really great potential. They've beaten Circular Spheres. I certainly could see them taking down Team 7 if the cards are played right.
Well, you'll have to find out next week, same time, same place, what happens in those matches that we just talked about. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Rockout and Biocode Lab, for everything they do for us behind the scenes. And thank you to you guys for coming in and watching the games tonight. We've had an absolute ball, but it's time for us to go. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. It's been a pleasure as always. See you later. Good night.